What's happening, fam? What's going on? What's going on? I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to today's session. As always, I'm your host, Lorenzo Corrado. It's a nice to meet you. If you're new to my channel, make sure you like the channel, you subscribe if you haven't already. We're going to talk about the market today. We're going to focus on gold a lot today. We're going to focus on gold mainly today. Yes, we're going to talk about Forex pairs as well. A couple of pairs I'm looking at, but mainly gold for today's session. Just because I see some very interesting price action happening. We saw something happening last night after the stream yesterday. We broke the 2000 support, which seemed very strong. We broke it after some proper research today, which I'm going to show you right now. We are seeing that the market is turning around here. Hope you guys are all doing well. Let's see what we have in the building, and we continue from there. Gonna be a good stream regardless. Looking forward to today's session. Jamie, King Kong, the crypto noob, my man. The masterclass is gonna get released very soon. Very soon. Hope you're ready for it. Joe Freedom, Rafael Hartley, Light has, yes sir. German Copacabana is back again. Thank you for being here as always. Free electricity is here again. Johnny, my man. Tubagus. Legend, thank you so much. Appreciate you, brother. Shogun, Light has. Madi. Love the time you have today. Thank you, my man. Shout out to our community, one of our amazing members in our community create these thumbnails. They keep getting better and better. Big Short. Hope you're doing well. Doing great. Walking HQ. GU, sir. Okay. Damon Smet. Forex Wolf Trading. Romeo. Ricardo. Sufi, yes, sir. MBFX, amazing, my man. Hope you guys are doing well. Fantastic. Let's dive into the charts. By the way, before we do that, we have some news coming again. We have the building permits coming right now. Hope you guys are ready for that. Some red folder news is coming. All right, same as yesterday here. I do not see a tremendous amount of volume currently in the market. This could change, of course, during the next hour. We have the New York Open in around 30 minutes here. What we're going to do right now, we're going to prepare ourselves for the New York Open. We're going to talk about gold, and we're going to see what is actually happening right now with the dollar. We're seeing that there is a negative correlation between gold and dollar right now very accurately, and I think this could work in our favor when talking about it here. The building permits are expected to be higher than the previous month, okay? The crude oil inventory is coming later. Could be interesting for oil, but our main focus today is going to be gold. All right, we're going to focus on gold a little bit. I'm doing good. Thank you, brother. Let's go, Easy Bank. Yes, sir. Let's do it. I'm looking forward to today's session again. Let's talk about gold real quick. Look at the weekly chart, by the way. It is very interesting what we're currently experiencing in the market here. Okay, we're seeing a strong bearish divergence on the weekly for gold. We have been coming back to the highs again. We're kind of creating a triple top here in general. However, what we're seeing right now is that we are, we're breaking levels here. We're not there yet. It's definitely not over yet. In the way of like, okay, we're going to come down today. However, just to give you more of a macro indication right now, you see clearly that the RSI is showing us a bearish divergence. Okay, it means that when price is moving up, but the RSI is moving down on the higher time frame, it shows us that we're actually, overbought, and we're looking at a potential reversal here on that end here. One of the only indicators I use on the higher time frame is the RSI, looking for the divergences. All right, so look at the weekly, it's one thing, but look at the daily, it's an whole other layer here. Okay, what do we have here on the daily? Well, we see there right now that we're building a tremendous amount of liquidity to the downside. All right, on the daily. Okay, that is not a good sign for gold right now. Yes, we have created a beautiful higher high. We saw that in the size candle, and now we are coming down here. We are starting to come down here. Okay, what do we need to do in order to be fully bearish? We need to break the 1976. We need to break the previous candle that created that last low before we actually created that higher high right there. that is the biggest difference right now at this specific moment. We need to make sure that we break it in order to look for multiple higher time frame, bearish targets from there. We're looking already at the Fibonacci from swing low to swing high here. We have that gap here as well. There is definitely some potential right now for gold to come down here, even on a daily basis here. Okay, again, the weekly time frame showing us a bearish divergence. On the daily, we're seeing that we have a lot of liquidity below that level. If we then zoom in a little bit more, okay, what do we have here on the 4-hour? Well, look at this on the 4-hourly. Haven't we broken a trend right now? Actually, yes, we have broken a trend as well here. Okay, we are creating a constant trend here. We're building a lot of liquidity below that trend. We have broken the trend yesterday after that trade that we had taken. We cashed out. Luckily we broke even yesterday. Eventually on that position here for gold, but we have broken it low. We filled up that imbalance that was below that level. And right now we are back in this range right there, but we have broken a trend. Okay, so that is relatively bearish as well. So there are a lot of bearish signals on the higher to medium time frame right now for gold. This is something that we have to take in consideration. So again, the weekly, then the daily, the 4-hourly, it's looking at the same thing here. The most important level again is the 1976. If you break and close below that level and you create a daily level, okay, we will see potentially a continuation, in my opinion, there to the downside here. Roughly, keep in mind, it's around the 1976 range. It's somewhat between 1970 and 1975, 1976 area right there. All right. Then, looking at the lower time frame right now. All right. What do we have here? Well, we are now bouncing from an area of demand. Okay. We are still on an area of demand right now. Keep in mind that this whole range here is a range where we expanded from. We have created a higher high. We have created a internal change of character. You guys all remember this particular move right here. This was that short that we took with the CPI. That was right there. Okay. That was where we took our position at the time here. When we came up, we have built that liquidity to the downside. Right there. We came up, we tapped into that zone, and we came down eventually all the way here. Okay. Leaving us with more and more liquidity here. I think we built it equal lows again. So when we came up again, there was another moment to enter a position short as well here. We started to build another source of liquidity. What did we do? Well, if you look on the 2-hour chart, or is it the 1 hour if I'm correct? We came back up and we tapped into an area of supply and we come back down completely. And we did exactly the same thing. We started to build liquidity again here. All right. It's a constant flow of building trendline liquidity to then take it out to move to the next target to the downside here. Same thing happened there. We broke it. We came down. Right now we are back at a 4-hour area of demand here. All right. Let's see what's going to happen from there. If you zoom in right now, what is important is that if you break it, it's a strong buy signal to come back up towards the 205 levels right there. So this is something that we're looking for right now. Okay. Why am I looking at this way? Well, let's start right now first with the other chart that we can look at in order to get to that climax, to get to that understanding, to look at that confirmation. This first, the dollar on the daily. The dollar on the daily chart right now is showing that we are in a daily area of demand. We have tapped into this zone already multiple times right now, right here. And it seems that we are looking for potential higher targets or a short-term pullback to the upside here, which is of course not good for gold at all in that sense right there, okay? This is on the daily chart, but when you zoom in then on the 4-hourly, okay, what is important to mention on 4-hourly is that we're right now again also facing serious resistance right here. We are now tapping into this area of supply here. Right there, we have another area of supply behind as well that we are in at the same time. So as you guys can see, we are now coming back towards, that level. We're getting rejected from that area of supply on the 4-hour chart here. So again, what do we see now happening is some serious resistance. The question is right now, are we going to break that internal low? Are we going to see short-term pullback here? Or are we going to keep pulling up? Well, the main thing I'm personally looking for is I'm looking for a confirmation. I'm looking for lower lows on the dollar index. This helps me a lot with identifying potentially that trend that I'm personally, looking for in general. Okay. Yes, on the daily, we might see recovery right now. We have created a higher high. So this is not looking for good for gold in general on the higher time frame. On the lower time frame, we are now getting rejected on that 4-hour area of supply here at this particular moment. Okay. If we do create a lower low, we close below it, we might see a short-term bounce again happening here. All right. If you look on the 5-minute, what happened here is very straightforward. This low created this high. So what needs to happen? This high needs to break that low. All right. It's a strong low because this low broke this high. Now we need to break that low to look for a confirmation. So see potentially a short-term pullback happening here. Is it possible? It definitely is possible in order for us to see just a short-term retracement. We have news coming. Who knows what's going to happen during the news? We're going to figure it out. Again, coming back to gold right now on the lower time frame. So what do we see here? So we have bounced in that 4-hour area of the month. Number one. We have created an internal higher high. That's number two right here. Important to mention in general that we are now trying to recover a little bit here. Another thing that we're seeing, and I think you guys can see it as well here, is that we're building again a lot of liquidity now to the upside as well for gold here. Look at that. This is what we're doing. We're building a tremendous amount of liquidity in the short term to the upside here. Plus the fact that we have, of course, also at the same time, if you look here as well, a lot of highs that are equal highs there built up, literally not breaking each other, literally building up or showing us that there is a lot of liquidity up there as well here. So a short-term bounce, is it possible? In my opinion, yes. But over the medium, like higher time frame, I'm for now relatively bearish on gold. And I do believe we can see low targets. And I think that targets until at least, first of all, the 1928 to 1930 range is a reasonable target to look out for gold here. Okay, so keep that in mind. Potential lower targets are coming. The question is, when is it going to happen? And if you are looking at a day trading setup right now, what we're trying to do is just take advantage of the lower time frame liquidity that's getting built up here and potentially look for a setup in that way here. However, the combination of understanding the higher time frame is always important, or a combination with the higher and lower time frame is important to mention, so we at least know what the macro perspective is of gold and what the outcome potentially can be there. But at the same time, we are building a lot of liquidity. We have to be very aware of the fact that we could potentially go for these highs here. And if you look on the 30-minute, we have a massive gap in between as well. And we have never retested the highs, or let's say the lows, the previous lows yet here. I'm talking about, the 2000 area. We have never retested that zone. We could easily see it coming up and getting a rejection from that end as well here. So that's why I'm personally for now looking for a bounce. If you see that happening during this stream, fantastic. And we might see potential setup occurring from there. The way to do that is for me personally by looking at a couple of important highs that we need to break internally. Why? Well, these highs are super crucial for us to understand here. Let's say we break this high here, okay? And we're seeing this high getting broken. Then in my opinion, what is the next logical step here is to go for that liquidity right there, taking out at least these internal highs already. We have all that imbalance above there, and we have never tested the 2000 range. So coming back up from there, then seeing from there what can happen, potentially more downside potential, maybe even up to the 2005 to then come down here. That if you look on the daily, it starts to make sense a lot more as well when you look at it from this perspective. When you see it coming down, you have this area of supply right there, coming up towards that zone, seeing that rejection. But I think that already at the 2000 level, we're going to face some serious resistance right now if we're going to try to retest that particular zone. Overall, it does make sense. We have to wait and see. If you see that this get broken, of course, we're going to take out the highs here. And we're going to fill up that gap and we can take it to that 2000 level regardless here. But of course, we want to enter from the lower time frames. That's why I'm waiting for this high to be broken, the 1990.28. Because yes, this is an area of resistance, a zone. But at the same time, you see clearly, again, The liquidity was built here, but it left us with a tremendous amount of liquidity up there. Plus the fact that also the liquidity that's getting built up right now is actually roughly the same thing as we're seeing or that we saw there before. Okay. Internally on the lower time frames, we have created already a lower low followed by a higher high and followed by a higher low, potentially looking for new higher highs here. So patiently wait for that high to be broken. We're not going to rush into the trade setup. In my opinion, that is the high to look out for. Why is that an important high to look out for? Well, if you look at this zone, again, maybe a good answer for the community or a good question for the community here. Why is this a good high to look out for right there? Let me know in the chat, guys. Pon BJO says that high created the low. That's it. It's very straightforward. Boom. Send me a message on Discord, my man, or open a ticket in customer support. I sent you $25 cash. Thank you for answering first. Send me a message. We're going to get it sorted. That's simple. All right. This high created this low. We need to break that high in order to fully, show us that we reverse here. Then an easy target is going to be the liquidity that is built up above here. What needs to happen is that the dollar then internally gets rejected, of course, and breaks that internal low as well, as we are now facing that 4-hour resistance that we have been talking about right here. Okay? That's it. Even though the daily chart is looking quite good. We're looking at potential reversal, and the daily of gold is looking definitely quite bearish at the moment here. Regardless, we're looking for that bounce. That's what we're going to do today. Looking to take out the liquidity, looking to retest potentially the previous lows of the previous highs of yesterday, the 2000 level, the 2000 area where we got massive amount of support, potential retest, rejection, continuation to the downside. Based on that, I'm going to place my projection here. If you break that high, I'm potentially interested in longing that position right there. Any particular low, whatever, targeting the 2000 level, starting to take out the liquidity. First TP will be if we take out this particular high here, which is TP1, which is also going to secure ourselves straight away from there. So that should be TP1 already. Plus, you have to secure yourself from there, in my opinion. Why? Well, the liquidity there has been taken out. We might see already the reversal happening from there. So simply, that's what I'm looking for. A higher high, continuation, entry, and then target the 2000 level to then eventually potentially seeing it coming back down again and looking for lower targets. Okay. Does that make sense? Let me know in the chat. Please let me know what you guys think about that part here. It's good to be aligned in regards to that. We went over the dollar daily chart. We went over the dollar 4-hour chart and over the dollar on the lower time frame right now. We could still see that pullback happening, and we could definitely see the pullback for gold, even though the macros are telling us that gold can definitely, we're going to definitely see some lower targets in the next couple of weeks when you see this playing out here already. It's showing us major bearish signals right now on the higher time frame. Prime FX says, I did answer first, but I guess you didn't see it. I think what happens is that on my channel it looks different than on somebody else's channel here. I think that's the main reason. If you want, I can make a screenshot and you can see it here. You don't see more selling potential? 100%, yes. Please go back to the stream and look to the first explanation here. I talked about it for the next 10 minutes. Because yes, the dollar on the daily, bullish. Gold on the daily, bearish. Gold on the weekly, bearish. Gold on the lower time frame, might see pullback. Might see some short-term momentum here. Okay. The fact that things are bearish on the medium or the daily time frame here does not mean that we on stream will short the market. It's just because, yeah, that would only make sense on a couple occasions when we are actually there on a daily basis. If you really want to trade gold today, then in my opinion, this is the way to look out for the market here. First coming up, rejection, coming further down, looking for lower targets, coming back to possibly at least the 90-75 range to retest these level lows. If you break that daily low, yeah, then it's over for gold in my opinion. That's the daily break. And that means that we're going to look for lower targets regardless here. So the daily break is at 90.76, 90.75. If that's broken and we close below it, definitely immediate lower targets from there, in my opinion here. So yes, the macros are not aligning with the micros at the moment, but regardless, we could still see a continuation. However, I'm just simply right now looking at the liquidity that's getting built up here. The bounce on the 4-hour area of the month here for gold. We are now bouncing from 4-hour area of the month. Why is this an important area of the month? Well, initially, that last candle, that last red candle that we see here, created eventually that high. So you had a massive expansion from there. We have not retested that candle structure, that zone yet. So I do expect some volume coming from that particular zone and some support coming from that zone as well here, as the imbalance that we still have right there between the 1992 and the 2000 level. There is a gap in between that is also important to look out for in the short term. So yeah, maybe we see rejection and we look for lower targets from there. Do you have a spreadsheet for the V2 trades? The V2 is currently completely closed, so there is no way to enter the V2 for the next coming weeks. So nothing to sell you. We're just here trading, having a good time. There you go. Could this be worth your month? Could this be your worst month in trading in 2023? Not particularly, no. This is one account. Not particularly yet. I have to say that it's not as good as it usual is. No, the market is definitely a little bit different here. That's why I'm isolating myself a little bit from a lot of other pairs right now. And that's one of the main reasons I opened up the poll, to see and ask you guys as well what you prefer when trading. You guys said gold, so we're going to focus a lot more on gold. And do very specific analysis here and focus on that. That's the best thing to do when the market is not performing the way we want it. We just isolate ourselves a little bit, focusing on less pairs, and do some deeper analysis from there. Did you surf today? No, I did not. Thank you, bro. I love surfing. I haven't surfed in a couple of, in like 3 months already. Now that's a big difference. But in regards to the momentum here, you know, every trader has their momentum. You will see that with probably every trader that you follow. Sometimes, you know, they crush it and they really take over the game. You know, 8 winning trades in a row, and then sometimes, you know, they lose their momentum for a while, and then after a while it comes back. It's the cycle of life. How long have you been trading for, bro? You're really knowledgeable. And do you offer any advanced mentorship? I currently do not offer anything. I do not do any mentorships as well. I've been asked this question a lot. I personally do not have the time to do any mentorships right now. Who knows in the future, but for now, we have nothing to offer you. The live streams, good energy, and maybe a good community. A beautiful community. Sup, King, I heard for work to catch the live. Thank you, my man. But actually, like my trading in general was pretty good. The FOMC crushed it. CPI crushed it. So the most money came from the CPI and the FOMC meeting this time. Good morning, Brown, my man. Hope you're doing well. Lorenzo, please quickly check the eurojpy. Okay, we can go over a couple of charts here. Definitely can do that while we're waiting for our gold here. Market open is 7 minutes. Okay. Let me put this right there. Yes, we can do that. We can definitely have a look at the eurojpy for you right now. We can look at a couple of different charts here. Let's do that. Let's do that. Oh, video, my man. Hope you're doing well, my friend. So Japanese yen basket has been plummeting in general here. We are still filling up that gap here. In my opinion, more downside potential. The most support will be at this particular level right here, which is at 7,620. So we'll see the Euro GPY coming up for sure. Not as strong as I wanted it to be here as well at the same time. So the yen is coming down, yet the Euro is starting to look a little bit weaker already. So in my opinion, when the Japanese yen is showing a lot of weakness, and the Euro Japanese yen is also showing a lot of weakness. In my opinion, it shows me that the Euro both and the yen are showing weakness here. That means that there is not enough contrast for me to then look for a particular setup, in my opinion here. Because if you look here, simply you see rejection point right now at this area of supply. Okay, if you then break this low, you're gonna see short opportunities for the Euro against the yen here. But at the same time, you see that the yen itself has been coming down here, is now somewhere in the middle of nowhere, okay, of this particular range here. So we have that imbalance underneath. So yeah, if the yen is looking weak, you will see that usually the Euro Japanese yen should have been very coming up very strong. GJ is coming up very strong. For the Euro against the yen, there are some short opportunities, but I do not see directly the opportunities that I would look for right now. If the yen is still in the middle of nowhere, could go in either direction. Do you think the dollar is going to break that support? On the daily? On the 5 minute, let me know what you mean. There is a lot of different. We have a different type of analysis here. On the 5 minute, we have this particular low. So far, we're holding here. On the 4 hourly, we're quite neutral, but we're reaching areas of supply that are very important. that could definitely provide us with some resistance right now. Whereas the daily chart is just significantly bullish here. We're looking at a beautiful bounce, and we created an internal higher high here, which we're holding above as well. If you look right there, you see clearly that we're holding above it. And we're closed actually above it. So yeah, we need to make sure that we close above that here. So overall, the day looks quite bullish. I think EJ will come down. EJ is already coming down indeed. EJ is coming down indeed already. There we go. Gold building that liquidity now. The main liquidity I'm looking for are these equal highs right there. Okay, we have the trend. So this has been taken out. These equal highs are the most important right there. So that's the high I'm looking for. So only when we break and we close above that particular zone. Is your thumbnail you as Forex Bay? From all indicators, dollar might break through that resistance. Yeah, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out today what's gonna happen here. If that's the case, fantastic. We have not broken a low here. Then looking back at the daily chart for gold, that daily break is then coming very, very close, and that means shorts from there. Johnny says I'm in the buy from gold 90.84. Just close my swing sell for gold from the last CPI. I think gold potential go up again since 1 June is the deadline of the US debt ceiling. Facts. I think we're gonna see some sort of bounce. At least this is what I'm looking for right now. We're building a bunch of liquidity right now to the upside here. So I'm very curious how we're gonna manage that, how we're gonna take that out. So what I personally would love to see, obviously, is just a reversal in the short term. So just a bounce coming back to the 2000 level, which we plunged from. Once we broke it, we really came down very quickly, very aggressively. I have to then look for low targets from there. If not, the 2005, 2006 level right there. In the end, if you look at the dollar as well right now, and you look at the 4-hour chart, then we can use the RSI for that. And what we're seeing here is that it's actually practically the same thing. We're seeing here that we created higher highs. And we are now still creating lower lows so far here. Okay, so we're going to find out. So we are, massively overbought here on the 4-hour. And the fact that gold has all that liquidity there built up, and we bouncing from a 4-hour area of demand for gold, which is this zone, which created that massive higher high. Expect at least a little bounce from it. But we have news coming. New York Open has been done. News coming soon. So yes, dollar is looking bullish, yet the question is, are we going to see a short-term pullback to then look for the continuation? I think that's something that I'm personally looking for right now. So that's why I'm paying very close attention to the lower time frame of the dollar and the lower low, higher high structure on the dollar as well. Based on that, I can have more of an accurate, analysis on gold as well. Do you and your team partake in a kick-ass fitness regime? Yeah, we're training. We're training. We're going to have a giveaway at 500 likes. Also, the community itself, we're almost reaching our... we're almost reaching right now a major accomplishment in general. Okay, we're almost there. So we're going to do something very special here. At 9,000 members. Okay, we are now at 8,980 members here. We're almost there. We're almost at 9,000 members in the community. Oh, I thought the music was on. There was no music. Wow. All right. There you go. Thank you, my man. Appreciate it. So again, the weekly bearish, looking bearish. All right. So definitely from like the 2000, 2005 level, I'm looking to short from there. From now, interested in potentially looking for a bounce, a quick bounce. Let's see how the news reacts, how aggressive it is right now. The market is currently not really moving. But anyways, very, very interesting here. And the dollar, yeah, 4 hour. Keep in mind, it's super important. We are now in a 4 hour era of supply as well here. Even though on the daily, we're looking we're looking pretty good. We're looking quite solid here. So in this case, what I want to do right now for the next couple of streams, I want to come with some clear analysis here. Okay. Of one particular pair at least. Higher to lower time frame, that everything is clear. Everything on that end is clear, and you know exactly why we do something, why we're looking to enter, what the reason is. So you have the full perspective here as well. I think that is quite important. For the next coming streams ahead of us here, we're experimenting a little bit. My man shed some light on crude oil. We can check a couple of other charts out right now as well. GU, okay. Well, GU, if the dollar is right now in that resistance right there, important to mention, if you go back to the 4 hour, yeah, okay, we're seeing already that we're bouncing from a important zone here. I need to take it to the 4 hour chart. Yeah, okay. Bounce from the zone. Demand came in. We created internal highs. Currently getting rejected here internally. At least bouncing from an interesting area of supply here. Yeah, I want to see it coming down. Maybe looking for the continuation here. However, the dollar is not there yet. The dollar needs to break. Dollar needs to break lows. It needs to break internal lows here in order for us to move forward from there. Another one is indeed GJ. That's a good point. Man, a lot of liquidity built up below. The yen is building a lot of liquidity to the upside, correct? I think you guys were talking about that. I'm gonna set an alert right here. 170.595. What about gold? Weekly sentiment is bearish, getting bearish right now. Daily, we're getting there. We're building a tremendous amount of liquidity below. We broke the 2000 support, super important. Daily break is at 1976. If you break and close below that and you close a daily candle. Welcome AH Friday, I think Friday. Welcome to the stream, my man. Thank you for the support, welcome. Great to have you here. If you break the 1976 and we close below a daily candle below it, I remain definitely more bearish for gold for a longer period of time. Right now, based on the weekly, based on the daily, 4 hour is now in an area of the month. Find some support here, and we're building liquidity on the lower time frame. On the lower time frame, looking for a short-term pullback, to then look for continuation to the downside, or further continuation to the downside. GJ, yes, okay, GJ is this one right here. We have this one on the left. We have the Japanese yen on the right. What you need to see is a bounce on the yen. And a strong higher high on the yen as well here. So higher high and a lower low. We're starting to already reverse a little bit right now. Massive amount of liquidity built up here for the yen. So we're getting somewhere. Adelena says gold, yes sir, gold short swing trade, yes. Eventually we're gonna look for a short on the higher time frame. On the lower time frame, looking for a bounce. That's what I'm looking for. So let's see what happens right now in the next 20 minutes. If you can execute a beautiful trade here. Looking forward to a beautiful giveaway today as well. Celebration of the 9,000 members in our community. 9 months ago, we started from zero. Now we have a thriving community where after the live stream, we were always chilling, hanging out in the voice channels, conversation, having... Yesterday they caught a 200 pip move on gold in this limitless lounge right there. So that was beautiful. Shortly after the stream. So for the yen, I have my alerts set here, just so you guys know. If you guys want to look at the trade setup, If I'm going to take it, I will see. I will see if I'm going to take that trade. I'm mainly focusing on gold for now. But I'll definitely keep you guys very, very closely updated here. Suresh, Daily Gamma, my man. Shout out to you, brother. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, it could be that the yen is doing his thing right now and is trying to push up. In order to fully know if the yen is actually reversing, you want to see a strong break above the last high. Same story. That's the high to break. 7,685 on the yen basket for the yen index. What is the Canadian dollar index symbol? CXY. CXY. Rick Forex Trader Love from Taiwan. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. Man, the weekly is not looking good at all for gold. It is not looking good at all. So is the daily. So is the daily. Do you take consideration market sentiment as well? Yes. Trying to combine the technicals with the fundamentals, and we look at the correlations for the confirmation of the lower time frame execution of our trades. A dollar needs to make a lower low. That's the most important part. We have not done that yet. Even though the dollar is looking quite bullish. It's all about the daily closure right now. Okay, if we close below the 104 today, the daily level, more downside potential for the dollar, more upside potential for gold. At least the 205, the 2005 range. If we close like this, gold could already come down. I mean, it's possible. All right. Look at the daily break of 1976. From there, coming down towards the 1945. First of all, the equilibrium of that range. However, the question is always, and this is the most important part of your day traders right now, are we gonna leave the liquidity behind? All these stop losses that are now built up here. Well, every single time when we look at the market, you see that they're taking out the liquidity that they're building up here. Every single time. It happens over and over and over again. All right? What are we building here? We're building a tremendous amount of liquidity to the downside here. Okay? Why? So there are enough stop losses in. A lot of people are building positions to the upside, going long, to then boom, taking it out in a flash, in an instant right here. Okay? We pull back. There was a short right there. Another layer. Let's see if we can find more. Yes, sir. That was right here. Remember? We took that short from the CPI. We came back into that zone. We shorted it from roughly that particular level. We shorted it from there. There was a beautiful short from there. A sniper entry during the CPI. Why? Because the liquidity was built up underneath. The moment we went up, they didn't take out that liquidity below. Had to be taken out. Beautiful reversal from there. What are we doing on the lower time frames? We're building liquidity now to the upside. Yes, daily is looking bearish, weekly is looking bearish. Dollar looking bullish, but the 4 hours showing us signals that we should be potentially seeing a pullback here. And the 5 minute is all about market structure and a combination of market structure in combination with gold. On the 1 minute it broke the chalk. I think we need to see more clear rejection here. We have now created, or we're now facing some internal resistance right now. But we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We need to really break these lows right here. Why this low? This low created it high. If you break that low, we are looking for more downside potential here, which could be bullish for gold in the short term. If you do break this low, and we break the 1980-81, we could see an immediate pullback to the 1970 75 range as well here. So that could be a small short. So we're kind of in between two different ranges right now. If we break the high, we're going to go up. We're going to look for a pullback, a pushback to the upside, followed by potential rejection from there. If you're coming down, we could see potentially already more downside potential until the 1975. Is this your first time using the RSI divergence? No, I use this a lot on the higher time frame. Never use it on the lower time frames. Never use it on the 5 minute. Never use it on the 15 minute. It's always at least, the minimum is the 4 hour. The 4 hour daily, the weekly. In my opinion, out of my experience, the higher the time frame, the more reliable it is as well. Australian dollar, Japanese yen, New Zealand dollar, yen, both fire setups. Take a look. Let me look at the Australian dollar as well, indeed. Yeah, okay, you see clearly, yeah, okay, you see that, yeah, right, you see the rejection. Oh man, look at the liquidity is all built up here, it's insane. That's pretty crazy, my friend. It's pretty nuts. Let me set an alert there.
Baby, where you going? Never slowing down. It's enough to go around. Yeah, you probably knew it's then, but really you don't know it's now. Niggas love to show and tell, but all my niggas know me well. It was either chase a dream or go to jail, but none of us ain't going back.
Lorenzo, please can you explain liquidity again? So, in order to move markets, right? Orders need to be filled and orders need to be placed. There is a term that's called, filled liquidity and dead liquidity. Dead liquidity means that it's provided by the market makers, by the guys that are managing the brokers, the exchanges that are the center of the liquidity, the center of all the money here. Why? You need external liquidity that is not related to you in order to make sure that you can always buy or sell. Alright, that there is enough volume in the market available. So if you want to execute your position actually gets executed. Alright, that's one thing. And in order to fuel that, you need internal liquidity. You need liquidity that comes from us, that comes from the banks, that comes from people like you and me, for example. And what they tend to do is they tend to build out a lot of liquidity in ways of orders, stop losses, stop orders, whatever it is. If you see this, and one of the biggest ones is obviously the most simple one, and that is trendline liquidity. Trendline liquidity is pretty much the most basic, tool out there. Is pretty much when you see a beautiful trend, people think, especially beginning traders, they think, okay, beautiful, we're going to go up. Every single time it touches this trend, I'm going to go long. For example, where are they going to put their stop losses? Well, they're going to put their stop losses below. Right? What tends to happen, you break it, And then you have these breakout traders coming into play, right? And they're taking out that liquidity very quickly here. And then what they do is they build new liquidity. And they tend to do the same thing as well, right? So again, they keep doing this and keep doing this and keep doing this. And if you look on the 2-hour chart, they've been doing this here. They've been doing this here. And every single time, when enough positions are built, they take it out here, okay? And that's the combination. And you have trend line liquidity, you have equal highs, equal lows. There are a couple of ways of spotting potential liquidity. In essence, you need to think, okay, where potentially can the most stop losses be built? That's the only thing that we need to know. Where can the most stop losses be built right now? Okay, gold is making a move. The dollar is not really moving. Gold is making a move right now. We have 7 minutes for the news here. Hi Lorenzo, just a question on candle structure and managing your trades. Was going back over Thomas backtesting videos, was just looking to learn more on candle structures. Where or how would you? There are a lot of different questions related to candle structures here, which I'm going to make a lot of videos about in the next coming weeks. I'm excited to talk about this here. Gold is dropping. Dollar is kind of stagnating here. So it's very interesting that gold is dropping right now, 7 minutes before the news. We took out the lows. Okay, that means interesting. We have now these highs right here. Why? We have created a new lower low. We have news in 6 minutes. The dollar is not moving. So I'm very curious if this is a continuation of the daily bearish momentum that we're seeing here. Or this is just a liquidity swipe, taking out the lows, reversing up here. We're gonna find out soon. Yeah, it's very important, Sean, to look at candle structures indeed. I agree. Each candle tells a different story. How old are you? I'm 29. Five more minutes. Hope you guys are ready. And this is what I mean. Look at the gold. Right now in the lower time frames. It was interesting that dollar dropped, took out the lows here before the dollar actually made that. Before the dollar moved, the dollar is not moving at all. So let's see if this was just a liquidity swipe here. We're gonna find out. Andre says cheers from Brazil, Lorenzo. Amazing, my man. Is there any news today? Yes, we have 5 minutes. We have the building permits coming out. Red folder news right now for the dollar. We're gonna find out what's gonna happen here. We have some alerts set on another pair: Australian dollar, Japanese yen, and GJ. For the rest, our main focus is still gold right now. There we go. Manipulation has been done. Let's see if we can close it. Look how quickly this goes as well here. I think what happened was that they were like, I think early longers came into the market already. They had a lot of stop losses built up underneath that level. This got taken out. If we now break the high, it is a more safe entry for us. Why? Well, the liquidity has been taken out. If you then create a higher high, it can actually be seen as quite bullish in the short term. Why? Well, look at that. Look at all the liquidity that's built up here. You think they're going to leave this? I don't think so. I don't think they're going to just leave that liquidity behind before making a further move to the downside. Who knows though? We never know. We never always right. Dollar is now moving. We're going to find out in 3 minutes what the outcome of the dollar will be. And if we're indeed coming down here, what the RSI is telling us, potential bearish divergence as of what we're seeing right here on the 4 hour, even though the dollar is bullish on the daily. We're going to find out very, very quickly. If you break the 102.4, which then definitely is going to help us a lot with gold here. If you come down, we come down and we look at more bearish momentum. If you break the 9076, it's only shorts. No longs, it's only shorts from there. How much dollars do you start with in Forex? I started in crypto and I went to Forex eventually. Starting crypto, went to Forex. Why? Because of the volume. The consistent volume in the market. The interest. And I'm actually very excited to also look back in crypto now as well. I still trade crypto here. What indicator is that? It's the RSI divergence. It's called the RSI divergence. Where is it? Where is it? On the weekly you can see it as well. RSI divergence indicator right here. What do you think about prop firms? I think nothing about it. I think that they're good if you have the right ones. If you have the right ones. With the right rules. You have to really pay very close attention to each rule. Because every prop firm has different rules and some rules do not make any sense. Some rules are made to not give you the best heads up here. If I started with $100, how long would it take me to reach the 1K? Our question. Everyone is different. Everyone has a different approach, different style of trading. Keep in mind though, if you can focus on just creating 10% a month and you can compound that, you know, it can go quite quickly from there. But keep in mind, it depends what kind of risk you want to take, you know. But if you want to act solid risk management or handle a solid risk management, then you don't need to think about how do I turn $100 into 1K. You should think about how can I get 10% a month every single month? Because if you can do that, people are willing to give you money. Why? Because only a couple of percentage of traders can actually accomplish this on a consistent basis. News is bearish for the dollar. Okay, that's one signal right here. News is bearish for the dollar right now. Not really a strong reaction. Yesterday was, of course, much more aggressive in general. Okay, that gives me a good signal. That's a good signal. Another layer. A nice, beautiful liquidity swipe here right now. Looking for a higher high. I'm looking for longs from there. Coming back to that region. Dollar negative news here. Still in that 4-hour area of the month. Has not broken the daily yet. The daily lows yet. Is it possible to become multimillionaire in trading? Yes. But, you know, my suggestion is that it starts with taking small steps. You can dream big. But it's about You have to reverse engineer everything. So you have to set your goal, set your ultimate goal, and then go backwards, okay? And each small step can lead you to bigger accomplishments over time as well. If you think too big, too far, too quick ahead, you are not satisfied. You can have the problem that you're not patient enough, and this will be, you will make it very hard for yourself to accomplish what you want to accomplish. It truly depends on the on your personal effort consistently. But again, consistent 10% is much more efficient than, you know, flipping your account. In my personal account, this is from my personal experience. Maybe some guys have a completely different experience from their own way of trading. So let's see. Doing 100 into 1K with crypto is not as easy as you think. It's not easy, but it's definitely possible. I've done that. In crypto, I've done it. It's a little bit of a different approach. But it's definitely possible. This was done in a week. I think this was this was done in a week. First of all, we went from $650 to around $2,000. I need to add a couple new trades. Need to update the sheet. But anyways, the 1st of April and then until the 7th of April, I think we were over $2,000 from $650 here with pretty solid risk management as well. Couple losses. So it is definitely possible. That's why I'm creating that free course. We are not in yet. Yes, correct. Waiting for gold here to make a decision. Either breaking the lows or breaking internal highs. And then looking for lows. Overall, the daily is looking very bearish in my opinion.
Yeah. Conscious. Matic. Alright, so far away I come from.
Do you know why the VIX moved so much? I haven't seen it yet. I will check it out later.
If we just fell out, I don't really know what happened. A lot of people come around and keep you stagnant, distraction. So you don't show them no compassion. We was really out here grinding, really rapping, stacking them Franklins, them Grants, and them Jacksons. Imagine if we would have never chased our passion. We probably would have never knew what happened. They was all just talk, we showed action. Once they leave, don't you...
I do like what I see on gold right now. I do like how we took out the lows. If we now can break the highs, then I want to see us getting taken out these highs here. And from there, we're gonna take some profits if you can get to that point.
They don't wanna help them, fuck it, do it by yourself. Don't give them no excuse to put you on the shelf. If it's me, myself, and I, then there's no one else. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably.
Hi Lorenzo, the dollar is bullish and news is worse for the dollar, but the resistance level is 103. Yeah, so the dollar is bullish on the daily. We're bouncing from a zone we have created a higher high. It's a good move for the dollar. The dollar is looking stronger. It's looking like it's taking back some strength here. On the 4 hour, we're seeing now that we're facing some resistance here at the moment. We have 2 more zones. We have this initial zone here right now. And we have a zone at 103 indeed, like you said. Another zone that we really have to break in order to move forward. At this particular moment though, we're seeing that we're starting to lose some strength right now for the dollar on the 4 hour. At this particular moment here. On the daily, or on the 5 minute on the lower time frame, we are now looking for that last low that created that high. If we break this high, this will become the low. And we're going to be patiently waiting for a new break. And then based on that, we have gold either breaking above that high or breaking below the 1980, and then we're taking it down. So that's a completely different story, a different setup as well. That's the combination of the daily, the 4 hourly, the 5 minute, the dollar, and then the weekly bearish, daily bearish. However, we need to break that low. And the 4 hour, yeah, there is a bunch of liquidity below as well. So lower targets are definitely possible here. But what we want to see, if you're going to go long, we want to see that quick bounce to the upside, coming down to the 2000 level, which we broke yesterday. It was a 200 pip move, very quick, very aggressive to the downside. You know, leaves us with a lot of imbalance there as well. Coming back up to fill up that gap. But the most important part I'm looking at is just the lower time for liquidity that's built up here. And where everyone thinks it's going to come down here, we might see still that we push up first to then come down. Even though that the medium time frame is relatively bearish here. But if we break the lows, and we're going to break the 4 hour, this 4 hour zone right now. We could definitely see more downside potential straight away as well. So that would invalidate the setup, and we look for lower positions right there. Japanese yen is not there yet. That's what I'm saying. Wait for that higher high. Wait for that higher high first. Why? Like we talked about it before, on the 1 hour really, you see clearly that we are somewhere in the middle of nowhere. And that's this gap right here. So we could easily come back down towards this zone. So people are already saying, yes, Euro Japanese yen is bearish. But as long as the yen is in the middle of nowhere, I would not look for any shorts and any reversals until we have broken some highs for the yen. In 18 minutes, we're closing that 1 hour candle here. I am extremely curious how we go from there. And how we close. If we close above this body candle or below that body candle here. This will determine a lot what we're going to do for what we're going to look out for the dollar here. this particular low is that body structure right there. If we can close above that body structure, we could still see that pullback happening here. If buyers step in, we will close in like 15 minutes from now. Good day, coach. Can't wait to see some jams. Thank you, my man, our guy. Hope you're doing well, my brother. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yes, I agree. I agree. So we're around reaching this zone on the 1 hour. Look at that zone, that candle structure that we've seen right here. We are now in that zone here. So this is where we kind of found support. It's that last 1 hour candle here that can keep us alive. From there, if you break that, it's only looking for shorts. There are no more long setups that I'm looking for from that particular moment. Because that gives me an indication that we're going to just break down on the daily. And that shows us that we just keep looking for, we should definitely only look for short opportunities in gold. Plus we will find out very quickly how we balance out here and how we bounce or how we close this particular candle here right now. Good morning, chat. Good morning, Hustle Hard, my man. Hope you're doing well. My brother, how many times does it take to become a millionaire in trading from $1,000 deposit? My man. Focus on his skill, brother. Focus on your skill first. Forget about money. Forget about money. If you're so focused on the money, you're gonna lose money. You're gonna lose. Build an amazing skill, my man. Whatever it takes, how long it takes should be not relevant. It should not be relevant. I traded because I love trading. I just love trading. And that helped me a lot. It helped me a lot in general. I love trading. I love trading. Don't get fooled by all these guys that are making like a ton of money, flipping accounts here and there. If you want to be part of that, you can. You can make a lot of money. I'm not saying that's not possible, but you know, I personally believe in consistent profits. All right, consistent flow of money. Jeff says, with the state of things and how the US dollar is in the middle of a slow debt as the world reserve currency, gold and silver should be much higher. So manipulated is really a joke. I agree. I agree. Silver, I talked a lot about silver in the past and about the potential it has. It is pretty crazy. It's like a Bitcoin. It's like Bitcoin. How long would you advise on the SMC series to give themselves to learn to trade? Every person is different, brother. Every person is different. I don't know how much time you have. But I think you should be able to get a hold of the basic foundation very quickly. It should not take that long. Look at the USD, amazing. Okay, let's have a look at some Forex pairs as well here. Our main focus is gold. Yeah, we're bouncing in this 4-hour error of the month right now. At the moment, super important 4-hour error of the month. It's important we see that happening on multiple pairs right now. Okay, this could push the dollar down. With this high, with this high. Let's see if you can break a couple of these highs here. Let's set an alert on the EURUSD right here. We found support now at the 4-hour. Let's see how we develop from there. I think we're gonna see that. We're gonna see it happening very, very soon here. So this is one account that I wanted to grow here. I deposited 100k. We're now at 160. This is just from this month on this account right here. And then I have another account which I traded the FOMC on, which was a bigger account. And I traded GJ there very well, and I traded the NASDAQ there. Couple wins, 2 losses. Couple small wins though. Not really relevant lately. So yeah, pretty neutral over this month. But the news events were amazing. The news events were fantastic. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry guys, there we go. So Pratik says, why don't you use a funded account? You could have used leverage. In my opinion, I traded enough money. I already traded multiple accounts. This is one account. I trade on my own terms, my own rules. I like the way I can trade. The freedom I have. The like zero pressure, zero timelines. If I would trade, I would trade with external capital from somebody else, from an investor or something like that, but not with a profit for myself. It's still the best way to get started, in my opinion. Bro, why you stop trading the 1 minute strategy? For value gap strategy, market conditions. The current market conditions are not applying to what I want to do right now, what I see in the market. The market is constantly shifting. And if the market is perfect, again, for that particular strategy, I will use it. Okay, there we go, gold. Let's make it happen right now. You've taken out the loss. The dollar. Are we going to see the bearish divergence? Are we going to break the loss? How tall are you? I'm 6'3". No. Sorry. There we go. Okay, 5 minutes. We have that 1 hour candle closure. How do you do your taxes on capital gains? I live in Indonesia. I live in Bali. I have my structures. How do you find rhyme and reason in which strategy works when in the markets? I have a couple I like, but I'm trying to find patterns as to where they work and where they don't. That's a very good question, Vicky. Very good question. Very good question. So that's the biggest thing that I've been working on, and I'm trying to figure out still to this day. And that is to understand what strategy to use during what type of market condition. So whenever there is a lot of choppiness in the market, when the market is ranging and potentially trending, and when you see a massive shift happening between gold and the dollar, that's the time for me to stay out of the scalping, like to stay out of the market. That 1 minute fair value gap scalping strategy that I had. You know, the price action is just not reliable enough. When the market is so focused on news only, and when there is no volume around the news, that's the problem. In order to make that strategy work very well, we need enough volume, enough consistent volume in the market in order to execute and perform. So when that's not the case, it's usually for me, I'm forced to look more at, you know, in this case gold, to isolate myself, to remove some pairs that I usually would trade and trade them less and focus more on the more volatile charts. You know, gold can be quite volatile and so on and so on. Is in my opinion the most reliable for now at this particular moment. You saw already with GJ lately, you know, very unreliable in regards to the strategy that we used already always before, which before we had 10 trades in a row, 10 winning trades in a row. It was crazy. My answer to you, Vicky, is look at the volume in the market. Based on the volume, you know what strategy to use. And I'm talking about high volume, medium volume, low volume, consistent and inconsistent volume. The USD is making a move. Yeah, the euro is coming up. The euro is in that 4 hour zone. Right here. We're coming, we're breaking. Indecisive candle closure in 3 minutes on the 4 hour chart. This is the high that needs to be broken, by the way. This is that high that truly defines the change here of trend. Two minutes and 35 seconds for the hourly closure. Jamie says everyone from the Netherlands is tall. Pretty tall, yeah. I think I'm quite average in the Netherlands. So that's the one with gold. For the people that just came in, quickly update here. Okay. On the weekly, we start to look for bearish momentum right now. We're seeing really that we start building like some, strong weekly bearish divergence. So we're looking at more downside potential on a weekly here for gold. Makes sense when you look at the dollar, looking at a strong daily bounce right now. On the daily, a massive amount of liquidity has been built up here. And if you zoom in, or if you go to the 4-hour chart, you see clearly we have been breaking the trend line right there. We have been breaking a trend right now at the moment, okay? We broke below it yesterday. We're still holding up here. In order to be truly bearish for gold, you need to break the 1975. That's like the final closure. If you close the daily candle below that, it's going to be very hard to come up. We're going to look for more downside potential from there. On the 1 hour right now, we're holding in this 1 hour zone. We're still up there. We're trying to hold on towards that last level. And if you look on the lower time frame, we are building a tremendous amount of liquidity to the upside. We have equal highs there. This is where the market is feeding itself on. In my opinion, there is still a potential chance that we can come up towards the 2000, 2005 level, which is also on a daily, if you look from here, a rejection point like here. Rejection, continuation to the downside. So that's the bounce I'm looking for on the lower time frame. How do I think that? Well, if you look on the daily, bullish. On the 4 hour though, we're kind of in neutral zone, neutral territory. We're facing some serious resistance right now at the moment. And we're building. Again, we're seeing also a bearish divergence happening or occurring so far on the 4 hour chart. At this particular moment, we're starting to develop that signal as well on the 4 hour chart here. So I'm quite neutral right now on the dollar. I'm not bullish, I'm not bearish on the 4 hour here. On the lower time frame, we are getting rejected at the moment. If we see a lower low, it's usually a pretty decent sign here that we could see and retest the targets below that zone again. So if you see that happening here, gold could push us up here, take out that liquidity, take out these equal highs here. Entry there, TP1 should be above the highs. You should be secure yourself from there. Whatever happens, happens. If you break below the 1980, so if you break below the let's say the 1980, we should be looking more for shorts already. And definitely below the daily levels right there, of course, the daily break. And then there is no way we're looking for any longs or any short bounces as well. Hope that makes sense, all right? For you guys here. That's the reason why we look at buys above that high. Why above that high? Well, we need to break that high in order for me to be more bullish, all right? And the beautiful thing about it is that the low has been taken out as well. So if the low has been taken out and you then create a higher high, in my opinion, it could indicate that we have taken out the stop losses below already. So there is no more need to come down if we now break the high. So it just increases the chance of success when entering that level there at 1989. And that's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for the break. We're ready for the dollar to show us that weakness, even though that looks on the daily quite bullish right now. Same as the weekly and the daily on the gold, quite bearish as well. It's simply the bounce that we're looking for, followed by rejection. What was your turning point to profitability? One strategy. And couple hundred trades. Let's say 500 trades. Mastering that one strategy. What I was doing for a long period of time, I was literally, looking at a strategy and I was like, you know what? Amazing. This is the best strategy I've ever tried in my life. 5 trades, winning trades in a row. I thought, boom, we're going to take over the game now. After these 5 trades, I had 3 losing trades. And I was like, you know what? I don't think this strategy is for me. I lost motivation. And then I went to a new strategy. And I have been doing that for 2 years. 2 years. From strategy to strategy to strategy. Then a little bit of scalping. Then a little bit of swing trading. A little bit of day trading. No structure. The moment I started to implement structure and I decided I'm going to stick with that one strategy only. Whatever the outcome is, a massive turnaround for me personally. If you recognize this, press a 1 in the chat. If you recognize this, press a 1 in the chat. Because we've all been there. I'm telling you, we've all been there. Let's go. It's very hard, and this is the human brain, right? It's very hard to keep moving forward when you lose. And when you lose for a long period of time, which could be the variance. It could be. It could be that you're doing something wrong, but it could also be the variance, right? Part of the variance, part of the game. But it feels very uncomfortable losing a lot in a row. Okay, you're breaking the first level. Look at that. I'm personally having my eyes on gold here, but keep a close eye on the eurjpy. It started to look very good here. The main high is the 108 one. Is this next level right now? And look at gold. We're making moves. Why? The dollar is breaking down. Bears divergence on the dollar on the 4-hour chart. On the lower time frame, we're starting to come down right now. We're breaking. This was a new high created. So the higher high is now here. And the higher low was now there. We need to close below that level. Gold needs to close above, alright? That's why we're facing some resistance right here. What is your thought about the US debt? I think they're going to increase it. It's not good for the dollar. It's not good for the economy. Not increasing it is not good for the economy as well. It's actually a disaster. So there is no good outcome. It's just an a ticking time bomb. Mopping with the tap open. My man, still long. Legend. Send me a message on Discord. Open a customer support ticket. Show me. Let me see your channel real quick. So I have your name. Boom. I have your channel name. Send me a message. I'll send you 25 bucks cash. PayPal or crypto. What do you think increasing the depth ceiling will do to the dollar strength? Well, I think it will have a short-term... it will give the dollar a short-term recovery. There we go. That's the 1 hour closure I was talking about. You see the body closure above right now? Demand came into the market. We closed above that body. If we closed below it, I would have not looked at longs any longer. So the fact that we closed above is actually a very good sign. There is clearly a lot of liquidity built up right now in the short term here for the dollar, including equal highs as well here. So we are coming closer and closer to an entry potential for gold. Lorenzo, are you a multi-millionaire? No. A millionaire? Not a multi-millionaire. What if gold doesn't go above the area of 2000? That could be. I mean, the dollar is like, the gold is looking very bearish in the higher time frame. Could be. The main resistance will be at 2006. That's like the highest level of resistance from there. But I think already that the 2000 level will be 2001 will be very tough to break for gold. Are you Italian? My father is Italian. What car do you have? I have a Yamaha scooter. I live in Bali. I just recently have a new house though, a new villa. That's kind of nice, but I do not have a car. It's very disrespectful towards the culture here. To buy a new car and to look very cool in a new car here. Because they're very low key. It's a small island. If I would live in Dubai or something, yes, for sure. I would buy a nice car. I would buy a Ferrari A12 super fast. Still my dream car. The best Ferraris ever made, in my opinion. You don't need a car in Bali. No, you don't want to be. You don't want to have a car in Bali. You just don't want to have a car in Bali. You want to have a nice driver. If you're gonna drive, you can better let somebody else drive. You know, it's much better. Much better. USD is looking nice. Yes, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. It's looking pretty badass. I have to say. And as well as the dollar coming down right now as it's doing now, looking weaker. The bearish divergence is not lying here for the dollar. It is not lying. No, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Living in Bali is my dream. How is it there? Amazing. It's amazing all year round. That's the thing about Bali. I love Dubai. Dubai is amazing. I would not personally live there all year round. I need some, I need some nature, man. I need some ocean. I need some, some surfing. That type of stuff as well. I need to find a balance between, you would say the perfect life, in my opinion, is a combination of Bali, Dubai, and the forest in Sweden. Maybe some Miami here and there, but that's it. Where I originated from? My mother is Dutch. I grew up in the Netherlands. My father is Italian. How is the cost of living in Bali? You can make it as expensive as you want. You can make it as cheap as you want. The gap is very, very big. And yet, everyone is humble. It's a really nice culture. And you need to respect the culture. That's the most important part. Is it difficult to get a visa in order to live there? It's getting more difficult right now because of the many Russians that came here. And Ukrainians as well, by the way. Take a trip to Costa Rica one day. I've never been there. I've never been there. I heard it's very, very beautiful. No idea of getting married. Maybe one day. Euro is actually holding much better than I thought here, than I anticipated. So it's actually looking very, very good. But there are a couple of zones that still need to be broken. But the development is getting there. The development is looking better. When did you leave the Netherlands for Bali? Where you were already a full-time trader? No. I had a bit of money, but I didn't have that much money. Do you trade the US30? Sometimes, yes. Or NASDAQ, I trade more. Lorenzo, have you ever had your heart broken? Yes, of course, my man. I think this is a must-have as a man here. I think that is a must-have to learn. I do believe that. Is it only me or the market has been slow lately? Well, we have the New York Stock Exchange open in 10 minutes. So we will see some more action here very soon. What do you think about NASDAQ sells? Let me check right now. I saw a couple guys talking about it already. So let me confirm this for you right now. Wow. Okay, yeah, this was the move we're talking about here. Yeah, okay. Why? Daily. Very straightforward. Daily area of the month. We tapped into that zone. Massive expansion from there. Probably a massive pullback to the downside for the stock market. But in the short term, wow, it's completely flat. All right. Yeah, let me look at the US30 right now. So the NASDAQ first. Okay. Yeah, we might be pulling back again. Minute bounce. Yeah, easy bounce right there. Overall, we're not looking at that fantastic. I really do not like this overall range here. It's literally waiting for something, for a big, whatever, geopolitical event or something. Some sort of. Because we're just in the middle of that range. We don't really know what to do here. We have been rejected at that level here on the daily. So we have created a lower low. We are still on a daily looking more bearish right now. Which makes sense as well when you look at the volatility index. On the medium time frames, you see now that we're bouncing from an initial zone here. Certainly short term, I think we're going to come up and test this level here. Where we could come up to the 33,250. And look at the reaction from there and simply just wait. That's my suggestion. I'm not looking too long right now. And from there, either more downside potential based on the internal structure. So if you see internal liquidity getting built up on the lower time frame, internal lower lows, you might be able to catch a move here. That would be the 618 Fibonacci retracement for 2 days ago. Yes, that would be amazing. It's an extra confidence. DJ is crazy, lost so much waiting for the sell. Is the yen still coming down? I think so. Yeah. Yeah, it's still coming down. Alright, this gap. Middle of nowhere. Wait for it to come down at least to the 7,600. 7,610. Set an alert there. From there, we might see pullback or push up, but until that moment, I think we're going to free fall here. Maybe the first quick bounce will be from 7,620. And then from there, you will know what to look at. Gold is waiting, guys. Gold is building something. Look at what the gold is doing right now. Right? I don't think they're going to leave that liquidity behind here. Even though that we know, of course, that the daily is looking bearish as well. However, we have also not broken the 70 or the 1976 yet. When will your course will release? Yes, we're releasing the free cryptocurrency course. I'm extremely excited about it because it's just a very unique strategy. It's gonna get released this weekend. More information will follow. So if you want to join, you want to be updated about it, join our Discord. Because it will not be on YouTube.
Back in my bag, yo. Conscious. ISO. Down. Back in my bag and I gotta brag. I do this shit for real. When we was down and we had nothing, we had to share a meal. We put the shit in overdrive with no steering wheel. Shorty throw that thing back in a pair of heels. Yeah, she be riding on that thing like a Ferris wheel. Yeah, I love them dark skin, brown skin, caramel.
Now the yen needs to really come down here, but at some point we're gonna see a bounce, that's for sure. But we have that massive imbalance here. It had to be filled up here. What strategy do you use when you go live? It's a combination of the it's the liquidity, fair value gap correlation, supply and demand liquidity for value gap correlation strategy. Dollar is looking is starting to look weaker right now at the moment. 5 more minutes. Till the closure here, or sorry, the open of the New York Stock Exchange here. Can join Discord. Is it subscription based? No. It's in the chat. It's pinned in the chat. We have premium channels, but these are closed, so nobody can currently enter these channels right now. Only the people that are already in. Hi Lorenzo, any thoughts on the New Zealand dollar Japanese yen sell once the Japanese yen turns? Yes. So if you look at the yen and you look at the Australian dollar against the yen, in this case, like same as the New Zealand dollar, you just wait first right now for the yen to come down towards these levels. Towards these levels right here. Now it's in the middle of nowhere. It's in a free fall. Wait for it to come back down to some structure. This is just the gap. Once it's here, you look at the other currency indices here. You look at the Australian dollar. You look at the British pound. You look at the Canadian dollar. You look at the dollar. You look at the euro. And you look at which one is potentially the strongest or has the most upside potential. Or downside potential, sorry. My bad. The most downside potential. The yen will then bounce, and then you look for the pair. Okay, which one has the most downside potential? Based on that, you can make a decision of which one to focus on. It could be the Australian dollar against the yen. It could be GJ. It could be EJ. It depends on the contrast. So once the yen is there, the yen basket is there, I can better say, you wait and you see from there. Disco says unable to accept invite. Okay, that's so weird. And let me see if I can get you another link. A lot of people are joining, right? A lot of people are joining right now. We're almost at 9,000. People are joining here. Okay, let's have a look here. I'll post it right there. Machin says active here, brother. Time without writing here, my man. Machin, as always, appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, bro. One more minute till the New York Stock Exchange opens right there. It seems that the gold is coming down at the moment right now, but the open will come very, very soon here. All right, the 30-minute closure will be done in around 20 seconds, 30 seconds. My pin, wait for price to break above the 1988, 1989. There we go. We came down. The weekly is looking nasty at the moment though. Interesting. All right, let's see how the dollar. First of all, how the dollar moves here right now during the open. My chances, I'm going to start sharing some of my Bitcoin scalp trades in the group. It has been very well. Fantastic, my man. Have you used the correlations? Let me know. Corrado just joined the Discord. Amazing, brother. Welcome. We're gonna upgrade a lot of stuff very, very soon. Okay, dollar during the open right now is coming up first. I'm always skeptical the first couple of minutes. I'm always a little bit, you know. Yeah, I'm always a little bit skeptical here. Can you see how often we look at you? Kind of lifetime. I think it's possible to look at the analytics, yeah. It's a good question, by the way. I have no idea. It's a good question. Okay, dollar moving up, gold coming down for now, but not that strong as the dollar is moving up right now. Let's see. Wait for at least 5 or 10 more minutes because you want to wait for that confirmation here. Usually the first 50 minutes is the manipulation. The question then is, are we going to turn around from there? Or are we really going to go that way? We're going to find out then. Okay, there we go. Wait for gold. Not convinced yet. Not convinced yet at all. What I see right now at the moment. Dollar coming up that way. All right, so 301.8k watch time. 301,000 hours. We had some bullish momentum right here. Okay. Eventually. We're now creating higher highs and higher lows. As you guys can see here. We had a massive liquidation spike there. Okay. Massive amount of volume coming into the market right here. And now we're consistently growing. Bullish divergence. Okay. Almost at 27,000, by the way. Thank you so much for the support. The only thing that we're doing is live streaming here. So this is just from live streaming. This is not from posting videos. I'm going to post a lot more videos this, from this month onwards. So like from the next couple of weeks, consistent video uploads with education. I'm dedicating myself to that as well. I'm just in the middle right now of a very important launch. Of course, our free course is going to get released. And then our Discord is going to get upgraded as well. All right, let's see how the dollar is moving. Okay. Patiently waiting here. I see view bullish in the long term. Yeah, bearish gold in the medium long term right now. Bearish on the dollar as well on gold. And then bullish on the dollar on the higher time frame. Question is right now. Are we going to see pullback first? Are we going to come back down towards these zones? I mean, it would make sense. US30 came back strongly. Yes, was no surprise, no surprise. The volatility index is coming down. It had a massive expansion. What comes up extremely fast has to come down. Gold is still holding here. Gold is still holding. The first 15 minutes is also always the manipulation here. I hope the dollar will dump after that, to be honest. So we can long gold from there. From here, I would not long, for sure. For here, it's, in my opinion, only looking for shorts. As of what I see now on the higher time frame on gold and the dollar. On the lower time frame, stop loss is above here. Liquidity above there. Dollar also in daily or 4-hour area of supply. We have another area of resistance right now, which is very important at 103. And of course, a bearish divergence is getting created at the moment as well. So yeah, lower time frame rejection will be nice. Everyone, thank you for the subscribe as well today, for the sub. Appreciate you. Welcome to the stream. We're usually trading more pairs right now. However, we did a poll and many of you guys wanted to just focus on gold for now. So we're going to focus more on gold for now. You guys decide what's going to happen. Okay. With that said, we're going to do a little bit of a deeper analysis as well. So not just only one chart and one chart only. We look at the weekly, daily, and we're trying to fit everything together. The most important thing is the dollar right now. What is the dollar going to do? What's the direction of the dollar after this 15-minute candle closure? Bitcoin continued to be bearish. So if the dollar decides to move further up, it will not be beneficial for the Bitcoin. If the VIX, like we saw already, decides to move up like that, it's not beneficial for Bitcoin. Right? It's still the most strongly correlated to the NASDAQ, Bitcoin. So if the NASDAQ comes down, or there is chance that the NASDAQ comes down with the dollar coming up, it's not good for Bitcoin. So downside potentials, in my opinion, still likely here from external factors such as the correlations with the volatility index, the NASDAQ, and the dollar. Bro, please, I'm asking so many times what strategy I use. Supply and demand. Correlation, so gold, dollar. Dollar index correlation. Liquidity for value gap. Same scalping strategy. So we're not trading from areas of demand or supply. We're not trading for supply and demand. We're trading from certain breakouts with clear targets that represent either liquidity or for value gap, or both. Do you think for every quarter of the year there is a specific winning strategy? So yeah, that's the reason why I'm changing things around a little bit. Because when there is inconsistent volume in the market, I need to change my strategy up, and I need to I need to look at a different strategy. Because if I stick with the same strategy during market conditions where it doesn't make sense, it's gonna get very hard and very nasty. That's why you constantly need to adapt, and that's the hard part about trading, is that it's never the same thing. You always need to adapt whenever needed, and the best way to do that is by looking at the volume. What type of volume we have? Consistent volume, inconsistent volume, only news-related volume, then inconsistent volume, news-related volume, consistent volume. For me personally, it requires a different approach. When we look at macro, it's very straightforward. When it breaks, I'm looking to short gold. That's super straightforward on the daily, for example. Or on the weekly, on the daily. That's pretty straightforward. But if we are going to the lower time frames and we want to execute trades on a daily basis, then we need to adapt. And we need to look for different types of strategies sometimes, depending on the market. Can you explain the volatility index? Yes, the VOX is the volatility index. It has a negative correlation with the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, or the Dow Jones. Okay. Usually what you will see is the following. If the volatility index comes up, this is not good for the NASDAQ or for the US30. Strong negative correlation, or the S&P 500. Okay. So if the VIX comes down, S&P is coming up. It's like a very strong negative correlation. If you know that the VIX is in a strong area of support, like it is here, you had that zone. That was the ultimate buy sell signal for the NASDAQ, for the Dow Jones, for the S&P 500. Especially after an indecisive candle, indecisive daily candle closure above that area of the month. Well, we're making moves right now. We have the 50-minute zone, and we're making moves to the upside so far. We're still closing a looking at a indecisive candle closure. So it's not done yet. Still ranging. No direction yet for the dollar. Okay, we're in that zone right now. We're still in that zone. If you close below this, it's time to look for only shorts. This is the last level to look out for. The last low. Because we're reaching this threshold right now. We're coming very, very close right here. That's why we also look at the daily and not only on the low time frame. So good. We're currently waiting for the position here. We're waiting for the dollar to make a decision. We can still look for the manipulation here. All right, 50-minute count closure has been done. We will find out very, very shortly what the dollar wants to do here. Which time frame do you like the most? I use all time frames. When I execute trades, usually it's on the 5-minute. But my analysis is just from the weekly till the lower time frames. Okay, new low has been created. Let me show the daily, I bet. Kenzie, my man. Hi, Lorenzo. I also want to have a spanner on my name. I think that a spanner on your name. What is it? What is a spanner? Mind over matter says GU short opportunity. A scammer, a spanner. Made $2,000 from gold sell because I knew gold will need to test the supply. But I really look for some buys. Ah, a star. Okay, I get you now. I get you now. There we go. $500 likes. All right, giveaway coming soon here. Yeah, let's do the giveaway very, very soon here. What I'm going to do is we're going to have a good giveaway today. All right, something else here. And that is access to our V2. Our V2 is actually closed. So if you are not in the V2, that means private live streams. That means a lot of things that you cannot see without being in the V2 here. You cannot enter the V2. You're not able to get into it. You cannot buy yourself into it anymore. But I will grant you access if you're not into it. So if you win, you get access to the V2 still. And that is very, very beneficial for later as well once we upgrade the server. These live streams are not just with me. These live streams are with other guys also in our community. Yeah, let's do that right now. Let's do the giveaway very, very soon. Let's do it. Let's do it. Aha, okay, we're bouncing from a zone. Okay. How does the giveaway work? I'm going to create something and you guys can join the giveaway through that. And then based on that, we're going to give away access to the V2 as well. Let me set it up right now, actually.
trend. Every inch of our skin is the blueprint. Follow the lines. They act like they forget. Let's remind them. Be my rider. All gas. No way they can never pace us. No way they can never break us. On next, we ain't gonna slow up now. All gas. Stay down even when we not up. No way they could ever break us up. Oh God, they could only try to keep up.
All right, almost done, almost done. I'm coming up with a new poll. I would love to see what you guys think about that one. I'm very curious as well. Okay. If you want to join the giveaway right now, we're going to give away access to our premium Discord. For the winner, if you're already in, we'll send you some cash if you're already in the V2. Okay. If you go to my Twitter, links in the description. Retweet. Tap into that poll. I'm also curious to the result in general of the community. To see how much experience you have, how long you're already in the game. Retweet it. And place an answer of that comment or on that poll, and we'll get it sorted. Okay, based on your retweet, we can select automatically a winner to keep it fair and square and keep it equal as well. The question is, how long have you been trading already? 0 to 6 months, 6 months to 1 year, 1 to 2 years. Or 3 years plus, okay? And follow your guy. Follow your guy on Twitter as well. Let's do it in a couple of minutes. I'm very curious to the results, by the way. Yes, just retweet it and answer the poll. Answer the poll. All right, gold is now doing something very important. And this is a daily break. If you break this level here right now, the daily level right here, and we close below it on a daily level. Okay, this is for the higher time frame. I remain extremely bearish in the long term here. or in the medium term here. And that aligns very well with what we're seeing right now on the weekly for gold. Okay. Sentiment is looking very, very bearish. It seems that the dollar is creating a new higher high as well. We are making moves here. The RSI has not been broken yet, so we have not broken that high yet on the RSI. Still waiting for that to happen here. It's important. We almost have a 1 hour closure. After that, we're gonna find more specifics about gold right now. Also on the lower time frame as well. Looking like a strong sell on a daily, absolutely. If it was buys, if it was above that zone, if you saw a buy above that level, different story. It would have been a short trade to the upside, 2000, 2005 range. If you break below this, it's more of a longer hold, in my opinion. It's not just a quick in and out. No, it's a longer hold here. But again, we have to close below it on the higher time frame. So the lower time frame point of interest was here on the for buys. For sells, it's on the higher time frame. So you can say on the 4 hour. But let's see how we develop here. Okay, let's see what's happening with Twitter. We're getting there, we're getting there. Ninety-two participants right now. Let me get it ready as well. If you want to join one more time, you can join. Retweet this tweet right here and make a decision as well. You know, how long have you been trading already? And we're gonna pick a winner. Let me select a winner right now. Let's do it straight away. There we go. Oh wait, I think that's the wrong one. let me see. Give me 1 second. Ah, there we go. There we go. Let's pick a winner right now. Profile must have a picture. That's it. Okay, let's pick a winner. Let me know if you guys are ready. Press a 1 in the chat if you're ready right now. Alright, press a W in the chat. Even better for the winner. Press a W in the chat. Let's pick a winner. The winner is going to get access to our V2. Okay. Which is currently closed, so you cannot enter. You cannot buy it. We have nothing to show you now at this current moment. It is inaccessible for new members. You will still get access to it. Okay. Let's pick a winner right here. Let's get that drum going. And let's begin the draw. I'm always a little bit off beat here. And the winner is... Ovidiu Barakun. Okay. Send me a message, man, in on Discord, in Twitter, by the way. Send me a message with Twitter. And with this account, we're gonna get it sorted. And you know what I'm gonna do? Because, and this is super important, we are now, okay. Oh wait, sorry, where's the drum? Because, obviously, we are reaching almost our goal of 9,000 members in our community. We need 2 more people. Let's do it. Let's just wait. Let's just wait. 2 more people in our community. 2 more members in our community. And then we go back to the charts. We're almost at 9,000 members. Let's get 2 more. Oh, there's one. 8,999. 9,000, ladies and gentlemen. 9,000 members in our community right now. Absolutely amazing. Thank you guys so much. Love all of you guys. We're building a fantastic, strong, solid core. Let's do it one more time. Or 2 more times, by the way. Let's do it 2 more times. All right. Oh wait, I need to do it again. I need to reload here. There we go. Winner count 2. Let's pick 2 winners right now. 2 more guys in the community right now. Access to the V2. All right. Our private Discord, which is not accessible for anyone except you if you're not in it yet. Okay. 2 more members right here, right now. Let's get it going. 9,000 members. Thank you so much for the continuous support here. I'm very happy with what we're doing, what we're building here. I'm very proud of how people are growing tremendously as well. So let's do it one more time here. Begin the draw. Press W in the chat one more time. We have 2 more winners right now. Let's go. Congratulations, Amin, HMZ, and GGB Capital Ninja Hold Investments. All right, sounds good, my man. Sounds good. I'm gonna make a screenshot so I don't forget. There we go. Done. Congratulations. Has been completed. Thank you so much. All right, 3 winners today. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Jonathan says, top trick, Google flowers and florist often, even if you don't want flowers, it makes you advert flowers. Yes, sir. That's the game. Lorenzo, what happened to the crypto results? Yeah, I need to add on some new trades that I've taken. Pepe, including my Pepe trades as well. So we're in the middle of a range here. Either I'm waiting for the lower low break and I'm looking for a daily. This is going to be a higher time frame setup that I'm going to hold for a longer period of time. It's going to be more of a swing trade for gold. Very, very straightforward. Or I'm waiting for a bounce. It's one of those right now at the moment here. Lorenzo, what happened to crypto result? Oh, we are just asked the question. Gold is still holding the support for 1 to 2 May. Yeah, we're still above it. Is it possible to enter a trade on a double top pattern OB? Show me an example. Then I can help you out here. I love London session with Thomas. Yes, me too. London is much better lately than New York, in my opinion. Much better. Besides the news, where we made a lot of money, New York has not been that well lately. Like the last 2 weeks. Are we trading London tomorrow? Yes. Tomorrow I'm going to trade London, yeah. What do you think about the Euro Australian dollar? Can you check that, please? We can have a look at it. This week, the volume is dead, or is it just me? I think that you're pretty accurate. It's pretty unstable. It's pretty unstable in general. But overall, we're up. We're still up. But it's yeah, pretty inaccurate or unstable lately. Okay, let's look at keep close on the dollar right now. I'm nowhere near convinced about this move up here for the dollar. I really believe that we can still look for a potential reversal. When you mention volume, how do you view this across the market? Do you use the volume indicator based on the sentiment thing, based on the volatility? It's purely based on the... You can feel it. You can see it. You can actually feel the fact that, you know, when the market is very stable, you see a really nice, mellow, consistent volume. Not too much, not too less, consistent. That's the biggest difference. When it's, and this is important for you as a trader, if you want to become a better trader, you know, you're not always going to be taking a trade when you know when to avoid trades during certain market sentiments right now. That's why we're so patient lately. And it's just because the market has changed over the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks roughly. You wanna measure the volume. Either you want to see the consistent volume, or if there's inconsistent volume, you will recognize the difference. You will recognize that it then out of nowhere it shoots up and then it dies out. And it shoots up or down and then it dies out. And it constantly, it's a pattern. It constantly happens here. Where in the right market conditions, you should see a constant flow of volume coming into the market. So very, very consistent here. What does this move on the dollar mean? Well, we have to find out once we break the structure. For now, we have equal lows below. I would not be surprised if we still come down here. How would you rate this year's market condition over your history of trading? I think January was our best. February, January was our best month. Also on YouTube. I think you guys remember. It was nuts. It was really good. I go over the euro Australian dollar indeed, my man. Give me 1 second. But gold is coming up very quickly. Another question. Who's here longer than 2 months? Who is here longer than 2 months here in on YouTube right now? Okay. Who noticed a significant difference between Q1 and Q2? A question. Very much, yes. A lot of you guys. Absolutely correct. It's much harder to trade correctly, as we done in Q1. Q1 was absolutely nuts. We made a ton of money, also live on stream. For Q2, we have to be, in my opinion, as of now, we have to be more patient, more aware, and every single day we have to focus on, in my opinion, less pairs, and be very specific with our trade setups. If it changes, it can change. It can change at any given moment. Again, it seems that the dollar doesn't want to break that high. It seems that this bearish divergence is still in play for now. And that we're overall still are relatively neutral for the dollar. But we're not there yet. We're definitely not there yet. On the daily, we're looking quite good. But now in the lower time frames, it starts to... we're not there yet. We're definitely not there yet. Azusa's gold volume lately is so cringe. Romus's gold comeback. And Saka says, I joined last year December. Okay, amazing. Yeah, then you have seen the major difference between Q1 and Q2. Which is normal. There we go. We're still holding support for gold right there. We're still holding support at that specific level. Immediately got bought up right there. Mr. Aleta says, I have. Last year around December, November, you was able to make loads of trades with your strategy. Absolutely, absolutely. Is the volume in Q3 usually like Q2 or Q1? No. More volume. More volume. It tends to increase during the year. Why is it that Q1 is high and then Q2 is less? Well, imagine this, okay? Q4 closes. Number one rule, Q4 closes. After Q4 closes, then what? What happens then? All these hedge funds have to declare their taxes. All these big companies, these big firms have to declare their taxes. What do? They tend to take profits, all right? They need to clean up their balance sheets. That causes a massive increase in volume. At the end of, let's say, Q4. Obviously, because you want to have a solid yearly closure. If you look at the data, the quarterly closure, right? And then Q1 tends to be always a way of, you know, where people and companies reassess and reorganize their portfolios for the year. That's why usually Q1 is still relatively good, and Q2 tends to be more of a lower time, like a more, less reliable market. But in combination with now, we also have at the same time, obviously, geopolitical situations. We have a war. We have some sort of energy crisis. We have this, we have that, we have inflation, right? So imagine the seasonality, which is regular, which is normal, plus everything that we're experiencing right now. Makes it very unreliable. People have very hard times understanding what the potential prediction of the potential outlook of the market will be, as it's completely artificially held up right now. So it becomes very hard to predict. Therefore, what people are doing is waiting for news. So we're hopping from news to news to news to news to news.
Ain't no other girl hotter than you, girl, you next up. All we gotta do, we could pick up where we left off. Always wanted you, baby, we can be the best us. Oh yeah.
And it becomes much harder as a trader. So that's how it's happening right now at the moment. Part of the game.
Got you stressed out. This is our chance, baby, don't you let it pass us. Come over, yeah. Been having
Look at GJ. Okay, we can check it out real quick.
on my radar for too long.
Yeah, okay, we're almost there. We're almost there. We have an alert set for the yen.
Try me, I bet you gon' like it. Give me a lava, give me a lava, with me, baby. A lava,
You guys better be buying GJ. I would start to be more careful now. A little bit more, but I would start to be careful around this moment. You just forgot your euro Australian dollar. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. Okay. Thank you for reminding me, man.
My love for you is endless. Nobody else can end it. And when I get the money back, then baby girl, you can spend it. And everything is alright. I like how you're doing alright, alright.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Always on top of yeah, yeah. Like how you do it alright. Everything good, alright, alright. Like how you think alright. Always on top, alright, yeah. I wanna know it tonight. I wanna be the one to surprise you. Wake you up in the morning. I wanna be the one that you call in. 'Cause I see you in the future with me. I wanna meet
So yeah, looking like we're gonna come down a little bit here. It seems also that the euro is holding here very well. Trying to bounce from this level. We have created internal highs.
no distance, I come by my side. Everything is green over here. Everything you
Target, in my opinion, let me show you real quick.
and everything is alright. I like how you doing alright, alright. Like how you think alright. Always on top of yeah, yeah. Like how you do it
162.349.
like how you think alright. Always on top alright.
So coming back down, filling up that gap, coming back to that zone. Coming back to that area of support, resistance right here as well. This particular zone right here. It seems that it aligns very well to the euro currently is doing here, right now.
Me and you, we can be something we want to.
I have the same bias on gold right now. Alright, higher time frame is of course looking bearish. Yet we have not closed, we're not trying to push now below. As long as we don't have a daily closure underneath this daily level. I still could see a potential short-term pullback towards the 2000 level. 2000 retest of that break from yesterday. Followed by continuation to the downside. So I'm still looking at the same bias right here. And gold is still in the picture right now for taking out that liquidity that's built up above here if you do break the higher high. Look at the dollar right now. You can see clearly that we need to take out these lows. We're coming now already. Quite quickly.
slide. Stepping, I feel like the guy. I get them looking like why. I never doubted me, why? I never doubted my guys. You know you in it for win. I stand on 10, you on 10. I don't have friends of a friend. Only the fan of the kin. Only my wife and my kids. That's all I needed to win. Now I only trust my true friends. Had to cut off my loose ends. You know I win if you win. You know you win if I win. I swipe that cash, don't fold. I swipe my bank on gold. Don't think that I've been done.
Gold. Crazy. Yes, sir. Digital cash flow. Yes, sir. Still making moves, still making moves. Dollar right now is actually doing its thing here. We opened bullish. We're now coming back to where we opened the New York Stock Exchange. We're almost back at where we opened right here. Have you taken any trades today? Only during London. Only during London. Yeah, this is super important as well for us to understand about gold. Gold can definitely, spike up as well. Yeah, when we have conversations about the debt ceiling here. They are right now in discussions, indeed. Correct. Whereas, do you invest in real estate? Not really. Not really. I'm waiting for a crash. There is something right now about the committee holding a hearing to conduct oversight on recent bank failures. I can also have an effect here. Let's listen to it for like literally 1 minute. That's it. Just want to see what it's about right now at the moment.
Thanks to our employees' extraordinary efforts, First Republic had its most profitable year ever in 2022. Starting in the fall of 2022, First Republic believed that the Federal Reserve's campaign to fight inflation by repeatedly and significantly raising interest rates would make 2023 a more challenging year from an earnings perspective. First Republic was transparent about the challenges posed by
and Atlas Love, welcome to the stream, beautiful name.
No one at First Republic could have predicted the collapse of Silicon Valley and Signature, the speed at which it happened, or the impact it had on the banking industry. Instead of dealing with temporary decreased earnings due to interest rate pressures, First Republic was contaminated overnight by the contagion that spread from the unprecedented failures of those banks. Before March 10th, First Republic was conducting business as usual. Indeed, during the day on March 9th, as uncertainty surrounding Silicon Valley grew, we experienced a significant inflow of deposits at First Republic from clients who had withdrawn their money from Silicon Valley. Everything changed overnight. On the morning of March 10th, when Silicon Valley collapsed, a run on First Republic began. In response to an industry-wide pandemic about the soundness of regional banks, industry-wide panic about the soundness of regional banks, which was exacerbated by traditional media and social media, Over the course of the ensuing weeks, over $100 billion in deposits were withdrawn from the bank. Despite Herculean efforts
Yeah.
by my incredible colleagues at First Republic
Banking failures
to
are
continue providing exceptional client service,
coming now
Management's
much more. We're
tireless
going to see this
efforts to
much more
save the
happening in the near
bank,
future as well,
and the support
especially
of
as well when the
11
debt
of the
ceiling
nation's largest banks,
will not get
investor
increased. Of course, it will be,
depositor confidence never recovered.
but if it doesn't, wow, that
Throughout
will be
this
major.
period, I encourage colleagues to be there for and to serve the needs of our clients. But clients continue to withdraw their funds, and to protect our clients and depositors, the FDIC reached a purchase and assumption agreement with JPMorgan Chase to assume all of the deposits and substantially all of the assets of First Republic. We continue to work hard every day to ensure our clients receive the service they deserve. I look forward to working with the committee to restore confidence in the banking industry, and I would be pleased to answer your questions.
I thank the witnesses for their testimony. We'll now turn to member questions, and I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. Let me start by following up on a line of questioning that I asked Vice Chairman Barr yesterday. And I asked Mr. Barr if the delay in monetary policy normalization in light of persistent and high inflation, I asked him if gradually tightening monetary policy versus precipitously raising rates would have made
This
it
could have an
easier
impact here on
for
what's
the
happening
Fed
right now with the
to
dollar.
supervise and banks to manage interest rate risks. He declined to acknowledge that monetary policy failures by the Fed were the underlying cause of the current instability in the system. While I do agree that it is the responsibility of bank management to manage interest rate risks, I believe we should also acknowledge that the Fed's unprecedented and protracted easy money policies, quantitative easing and keeping interest rates too low for too long, necessitated an historically rapid and precipitous increase in interest rates, 500 basis points in just 13 months, leading to a blunt and difficult interest rate environment for institutions to adjust to. Mr. Becker, did bank supervisors at the Federal Reserve of San Francisco show any...
Thank you guys. Much love for the support. Thank you so much.
interest rate
Appreciate
risk
it.
issues? And if they did, when did they begin to show that attention?
Chairman Barr, to my memory, the rapid rise in interest rates were going back to 21, that topic coming up. I don't remember that coming up to the best of my recollection.
So you're telling me that as the San Francisco Fed, 20 bank examiners in your bank every day, not once in the last year do you remember any of those bank examiners discussing interest rate sensitivity with you?
With me, my memory is no. It could have happened with our Treasury team or our CFO, but I don't remember having a direct conversation about that.
Ooh, Mr. Becker, Silicon Valley Bank did not have a chief risk officer 8 months leading up to its failure. Clearly, there were major interest rate risks that obviously were not being discussed by the bank regulators with you all. But it's safe to say that a chief risk officer would have been a useful addition to the management team. What were your conversations with the Fed on this issue, and did they voice any concerns with the vacancy or request that you take action to fill the position, and if so, how did you respond?
Chairman, as I outlined in my written testimony, towards the end of 21 and the beginning of 22, our board of directors and the regulators, the Federal Reserve, were giving us comments about the need to position, especially as we started to approach $250 billion of assets. We took that
Former
feedback,
CEO of Silicon Valley Bank.
strongly, and we
Hearing right now, this is
we
important
did two things, knowing that it takes
because this is
quite
the
honestly,
perfect
a while to
example
find the best candidate for
of what and will can happen to
in
other
my
banks in
assessment,
the near
it takes 6 to 9
future, which
months
will
to
have a
find
massive
the
impact
executive
on
caliber that you would want. We did two
Bitcoin,
things to make sure we didn't have
can
to
have
do it
impact
at
on
the time.
gold, on the
Of which
sentiment,
both of those
on the
things
dollar.
were noticed, and before we made the change, communicated to the Federal Reserve. First, we created an office of the Chief Risk Officer. It was the leadership team of the risk team, along with new
Dollar
hires
is ranging.
with LFI experience.
As of now,
Those individuals
we're in a
reported
range.
to
We're not
me.
doing much. We're coming
They
up.
also
We're coming
reported to
down.
the
We're
chair of
coming
our
up.
risk committee.
We have
Second
equal
thing we
lows
did,
below here. We have
kept
that gap
our
below
existing
here.
Chief Risk
I
Officer
want to
on
see it
board as
coming down a little bit
consultant
more.
From April until October 1. our new chief risk officer.
I'm
started-
still looking
was
at gold.
hired
As long as we do not
and
close a
she
daily
started
candle below
in December.
Did the
this
Fed
level,
express any concern that despite standing up in office, that there was not...
I'm looking for short-term buys here.
They did not.
Okay, Mr. Roffler, it's our understanding that prior to entering receivership...
We're gonna listen to it a little bit later. Nothing spectacular to listen to now. It's gonna take a while. If you break the 98.8, is it a long? For me, yes. I think this is where I want to long from. That's the first higher high that we need to create. We have a bunch of liquidity below. If you break this high, we can definitely look for higher targets if the dollar then also decides to break that particular low. After higher high, lower low. From a daily perspective, also again, if you close this candle like this, around about this level, we could see a pullback, followed by, in my opinion, a continuation here, as of what we're seeing right now on the weekly and on the daily of gold. Same as for the dollar as well later on. It's also from a daily level on the dollar, it's very straightforward. The dollar has created a higher high. We could easily see a pullback. Coming back to that range, looking for higher targets from there. So that could align very well with the dollar, what we're currently seeing here. But we're creating on the 4 hours, it bears divergence from the RSI here. Okay, yes, we have created a higher high, but the dollar is now in resistance here. Areas of supply, reaching that target. As long as we're not looking, we're trying to hold on towards here, but we're kind of like losing a lot of strength right now. We have equal lows below this level here for the dollar. We have that gap below below these equal lows right there. I want to see the dollar coming down a little bit here. So yes, for my bias is still the same here. The dollar or gold has still that liquidity built up here. All these stop losses are above here. Stop losses are above here. The lows are taken out right now. If you close above it, I think we're going to move further up to at least test the lows of yesterday, which was the break of 2000 where we came down massively. After that news we had right here. Retest that from there. I don't know. No trade from there. But potential short could already come into play here. Definitely no long. Wisdom says, why market is garbage from the last 2 days? It's a good question, but it has to do, I think, in my opinion, also with the debt ceiling and everything that's happening around that right now, as it will have a major impact on the market. I'm gonna stream for a while though. I'm gonna be patient here right now. The only thing that we have to be is a little bit more patient here. And my bias remains the same based on this analysis here as well. From higher to lower time frame. Other people are mentioning the yen. The yen is also not there yet. There's more downside potential for the yen as well. Akrem, Sami, my man, hope you're doing well, brother. I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second.
Regulators on governance, questions of governance, was in January of 22. And as soon as those conversations were had,
Keep it up for a second here. Can be
immediately
important.
reacted to that feedback We didn't wait until the May 22nd or the May 22 letter. We immediately reacted to it and put together a whole series of programs and processes to make the improvements that were requested. So I don't believe that even if
You
it
don't
was
believe the
public,
threat
we
of
could
making
move
them
more
public would have accelerated that at all? Okay. So now, if during the period of your rapid growth, you had been forced to issue a contingent convertible debt, you know, COCOs, as Asian banks and European banks are forced to, this would have forced a conversation with the bond market as to the risk position of your bank. And it also would have provided a capital buffer that you would have access to when you got in serious trouble. Would this have materially changed your behavior or the result? You can answer that. It's a complicated question. If you want to answer that in writing for the record, I'd appreciate it, because that's one of the things that I think both Chair McHenry and I think may be part of the solution here to make a more stable banking system. And I'd be interested in your thoughtful opinion on that.
Congressman, as mentioned in my written testimony, I don't have access to my information from the bank, and so I would do my best with the information that I have to be able to answer your
Fair enough.
question.
Yeah, fair enough. This will not be an exact calculation of what would have happened, but I'd be interested in your opinion. Mr. Shea, it seems like the most significant factor in Signature's demise was not so much a concentration in crypto assets or deposits, but a lack of pledgeable assets immediately available for liquidity support. Are there changes in procedures or rules to make that more agile that you'd advocate?
I don't know the answer to that question. I do know that when we opened at the beginning of March 10th, we had $29 billion of pledgeable assets that were at the Federal Home Bank and the Federal Reserve. And in terms of the ease of moving those assets, that was something that could be looked at in terms of making that.
We're gonna have to move on. The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the chairman of the subcommittee on oversight and investigations, Mr. Heisinger, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Barr. Appreciate the witnesses being here and your candor. I'm going to ask you what I think are kind of two of the most important questions, frankly, and I'm going to go down the line asking you this. First is whether you take responsibility for the failure of your bank. Becker.
Do you take responsibility for the failure of your bank?
I think you have to take responsibility for the ultimate outcome of your institution.
Okay, appreciate that, Mr. Shea.
As chairman of the board, I think I did a responsible role throughout and fulfilled my duties.
Mr. Chairman,
Just a second. Is that, do you accept the responsibility for the failure, or do you believe it was other
very
management
sorry.
people?
I'm sorry that the bank was. Seized by the regulators. I thought we had a responsible
bet your
plan
depositors
to
are
open
too.
the next morning.
Okay, so I take that as a no. Mr. Roffler.
Mr. Chairman, this was an event that is unforeseeable when it happens, and the contagion spread
there
very
we go.
quickly, and panic is very hard to control.
They're going to take an
What I feel
example out of this.
responsible for is for our colleagues each and every day and our clients each and every day to make sure they're taken care of and supported during this time.
So that also sounds like a no. So congratulations, Mr. Becker. You're the only one to man up and actually take responsibility for that. I'll start with you. And since I can't get the other two to actually admit to their own failings, I'd like to hear from you. What would you have done differently in hindsight?
Congressman, that question to the point made earlier by Congressman Foster, I've thought about that a lot over the last several months. And when you look back at, and with hindsight, what could have been done differently, I think it's very challenging, because when you go back and make decisions, you have to go back and look at the facts that you had. And what I tried to describe in my written testimony is the facts that we had, that I had when I made my decisions, and I believe my team had when they made their decisions. And I truly do believe they made the best decisions, as did I, with the information that we had.
We're gonna explore that a little more, because yesterday you testified that
There we go, man.
capital and
Wow.
liquidity were validated by regulators in 2022. your written statement points to an August 2022 letter sent by the regulators that conveyed the second highest possible CAMELS ratings of a 2, meaning satisfactory, on liquidity, capital, and market risks. Despite a downgrade of the liquidity rating in August, when you received the supervisory letter, were these ratings cause for alarm, or did you seem to confirm that you were on track? And then I also want to address something that you had said to Chairman Barr. You said that the Fed did not talk to you about the interest rate risk. They had 31 matters requiring attention, but none of them were about interest rate risk? Talk to me about that.
Yeah, Congressman, again, I'm going based on the best of my recollection.
Understand.
I don't recall a direct conversation about that. I know that in, I believe towards the end of 22, there was a matter requiring attention on interest rate risk that was issued.
Jonas says, this guy, I did not
I
know
was not in that meeting.
you
that
funkers
was
would
in
raise
late 2022.
faster than ever
I
before,
believe that was in late 22.
while I am meant to leave money on the table.
All right. So until that time, just as you had confirmed, I'm confirming what you were saying to Chairman Barr, this was not an issue for the regulators.
Congressman, again, to the best
Yes,
of my recollection,
understand.
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, you had a memorandum of understanding to target matters requiring immediate.
And this is very important. What's going to happen now in the near future here, we're going to talk about cryptocurrencies as well.
To your knowledge.
And this is actually the most interesting part in regards to the Silicon Valley Bank here.
One point.
Yep.
The
So
memorandum of understanding.
this will have a major impact also potentially on the cryptocurrency market. And this will definitely be discussed.
In early 2022.
That doesn't really sound like a memorandum. It sounds like a conversation of understanding.
Let's get back to it a little bit later here. But yeah, it's very interesting right now how they hold him under fire here. For something that seems unavoidable. But yeah. There will probably be no responsibility for these type of bankers, regardless. Rafa says the bankers don't give a shit, it's all a hoax. Talman Ija says, question, did anybody else enter the gold buy at the 90.78 zone? A couple guys entered along here. I'm waiting for the breakout. Firstly. Lorenzo, where are you listening that news from? From Yahoo Finance. This is currently live right now. David says, they seem to have Alzheimer's disease. They do not have a recollection of anything they do. Hey, what says, do you really sleep, man? You are like an alien. Yes, I sleep. I sleep a little bit here and there. What about EU? Well, we have to wait first for the dollar to make more sense before I'm looking at any particular pair against the dollar. The dollar itself right now is still doing its thing. It's not really moving. There's not much volume. It's doing what it's doing, and it's ranging a little bit here and there. But I think that 1988 break higher high is a very important statement in the short term for gold. To give me more of a direction here. In the short term, or we're looking for the continuation, we start ranging down, or we break out and we are here to take out liquidity quite quickly here. Keep in mind that we do have the equal lows right now below, and we have that fair value gap below for the dollar as of we are in a 4-hour area of supply here, and we're looking we're still looking at creating or building that bearish divergence here. Japanese yen basket about to make a new lower low. Yes, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're coming closer. We're almost at 7,620. We're almost there. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the sub, my man. Appreciate you. What do you think if the dollar index broke previous candle to push upwards? Which particular candle you're talking about? Let me know. If it's a previous high. What I'm mainly looking for right now is this divergence here. If we break this high, we have invalidated our divergence, and then I'm potentially start looking at a potential continuation here. If we then, we will probably also create a higher high at the same time here, and we probably will also hold above here. And the reason why I'm saying that is because of the 4 hour. The 4 hour candle closure is coming closer. Previous high, yes. Okay. All right, there we go, guys. Most important part. This is what we're waiting for, I guess. This is why the market is not moving here. We're gonna see, and we're gonna watch this right now together, I assume here. Uncle Joe and his view on the first ever government default. This is, or this could be massive. This could be absolutely big. Keep a very close eye on this one because this could heavily impact the dollar. This could heavily impact gold. Everything that he says right now, or that he will say in a short or very soon here, probably in like 4 or 5 minutes, it could have an impact on the price here. So that's why it was garbage, this New York session with gold especially. Sleepy Joe or Uncle Joe, I'm curious what's gonna happen here. We're gonna come there very closely here with gold as well, man. All that liquidity that's getting built now. I'm looking too long, still. Keeping a wide stop loss, but I'm looking too long here, taking it back to the early 2000s. There's someone else under that mask. Oh, yeah, could be. It's actually super important, by the way. I could have mentioned this beforehand, but this is actually super important. Super important what's gonna happen right now. Man, hope you guys are ready. Let's watch it together here. Craven says, make volume great again. Absolutely, I agree. we're going to see something happening here very, very soon here. Either we're going to shoot up and we're going to shoot down. We're going to come up, we're going to come down, we're going to come down, we're going to see. We have no idea what to expect from Uncle Joe. Not Uncle Jerome, from Uncle Joe. Uncle Jerome is still my favorite uncle. But we're talking about Uncle Joe right now. Uncle Jerome has been paying me very well this month. Uncle Joe, Uncle Jerome, sorry. Uncle Joe, I have no idea. We're going to find out. Let's go back to gold here for now. Let's keep a close eye on it. And let's compare gold and the dollar. Amir says, I have a suggestion for a thumbnail. Use Star Wars Return of the Jedi on CPI day as a return of the CPI. I love it. I'm gonna screenshot it right now. Thank you, brother. Still waiting. I think he's gonna start in like 1 minute. I hope he can understand what he says. It's gonna be interesting. Hope you guys are ready for it. Crevan says the thumbnails are sick, always. Thank you, brother. We have an amazing community. Everything comes from the community. Everything we're building, everything we're doing, everything comes from the community here. Keep in mind that gold right now is at such an interesting level as well. From the weekly time frame to the daily. To even the lower time frame, I have to say as well. So the fact that this speech will come talking about a first ever government default. I mean, it is an interesting time we live in, for sure. Ponchbo says, how do you enter the planet to how it breaks? Retest or impulse? I need to see. I need to watch and see how the market moves while he's talking or how he starts talking. I have no idea how much volume will enter the market. We will find out though. We will find out very, very soon. We will. But man, look at the liquidity that's getting built here though. That's no joke. That is no joke. That is absolutely no joke. That's a lot. These are a lot of stop losses that are built above here. We have been only coming down. We're getting rejected again. We could go up tremendously. We could come down tremendously. It's like it's really a 50-50 move here. But if we break, we break. For gold, and that will be in we will still execute. We'll probably execute it from there. All USD pairs are gonna do something crazy. I think so too. Prodigy FX says, these guys who have decades of banking experience always seem like they are just now figuring out the banking concepts. Well, that's a good point. A pluribus unum. You see that? A pluribus unum. What is that? A pluribus unum. Alright, it's said in Dutch. Let me translate it in English real quick. One out of many, okay. One of many. Better close positions for now. I do think so. This can get quite volatile here. Have you done a giveaway? Yes, we have done 3 giveaways. When is he talking? He should be talking now, but you know Uncle Joe. He's a little bit slower. One and for all. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it, brother. Research on that is really deep and deep. Yes. Or we don't want to get shadow banned here. I should go to Rumble. Maybe we'll at some point. It's not Uncle Jerome. Joe, it's great grandfather Joe. It's gonna be important. It's gonna be important. Let me tell you that. You know, gold has just been building liquidity. Very slow this session. The dollar as well. Dollar has been ranging. Hello, I'm Crypto says hi. If they default Bitcoin to 100,000 and up. Okay, there we go. This is a funny name as well. Joe the Family Man. The approachable leader. The amiable vice president. Joe the uncle. I like number 4. Give me a couple more. The friendly politician. The personable statesman. Joe, the social legislator. We're still waiting. Still waiting. Joe the manipulator. What do you think about that? I like that one. I like that one. All right. The dollar is ready to you know, in the daily, like to come up, definitely. If you look on the dollar on the 4 hour, we're still halfway there. He's waiting for Nancy. You know, Nancy Pelosi is coming. By the way, guys, do you guys know, this is important to mention, by the way. Oh, where's my, there we go. What is important to mention is the following. Do you guys know this channel, this Twitter channel? Super important. It's Nancy Pelosi, stock trader. It tracks pretty much all the all the trades that they have been taken, or their hedge fund, the hedge fund of her husband, I believe, something in that matter here. It tracks the investments made, and there are a lot of correlations there. It's very significant. Just check it out. Nancy Pelosi, stock trader. It's growing in a very, very rapid pace. Sleepy Joe's tired. You guys are funny. Yeah, sir. Gold. Dollar. President Biden delivers remarks on preventing, and that's the most important part of what he says, preventing a first ever government default here. Let's see how many people are already watching. All right, we have 2,690 people watching. It started streaming 37 minutes ago. It should start. It should have already started, by the way, 10 minutes ago. Walking in circles in the Oval Room looking for the door. Come on. Keep throwing these. These are funny. These are quite funny. He's in the basement. They're looking for him. Firaz's volume dropped everywhere. Yes, there is no volume, guys. Zero volume. By the way, this whole New York session was quite a disaster for gold. The Japanese yen has been moving. Anything else? Gold has been just ranging very, very slowly to the downside right now. I think we opened at 90.87. Okay, while we're waiting, guys, we have to wait. This is super important for the market. The market is not moving whatsoever right now at the moment here, okay? The market is not moving. So before we can clap for Uncle Joe here, while we're waiting here, the market is dead, all right? So we need to wait for this to happen. But I don't want to just let you sit here and wait for no reason. So let's look at some... Let's look at something here. Look at some videos here. There are some new videos coming out right now, regardless already. Let's have some fun waiting for Uncle Joe here to come on stage right now. Let's see if this makes sense.
Vice President, how are you, pal? Thanks for swearing at me. I tell you what, easy to swear at you. We've got news. The Rashid Sunak is now the Prime Minister. You're trying your best, but it never feels like enough. What a stupid son of a bitch. But guess what? We got a lot to do. You gotta say hi to me. We go back a long way. She was 12, I was 30, but anyway, this woman helped me get an awful lot done. Anyway. Well, I'm sick and tired of smart guys. She was 12, I was 30, but anyway. This woman helped me get an awful lot done. Anyway. Well, I'm sick and tired of smart guys. I'm sick and tired of ordinary people being fleeced. I'm tired of being quiet. Where I'm sick and tired. I'm just sick and tired. You have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, just as talented as white kids.
No way. Did he say? Yeah. Did he
Poor
actually
kids
say?
are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids.
Poor? No, one more time.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Poor kids are just as bright and talented as white kids? Wow. Okay, we're gonna get started
I'm
here.
about to take off in a few minutes here to Japan. Not in the helicopter, but anyway, and to meet with leaders of G7. America's role in the world is vital, especially right now, as we work together with other countries to support Ukraine and take on the challenges that demand international cooperation. And from tackling the climate crisis to strengthening the
Keep it close on the
global
dollar.
economy. And before I leave, I wanted to say a word about the status of negotiations with the congressional leaders. We had a productive meeting yesterday, and with all four leaders in the Congress. It was civil and respectful, and everyone came to the meeting, I think, in good faith. I'm confident that we'll get the agreement on the budget, that America will not default. And every leader in the room understands the consequences if we fail to pay our bills. And it would be catastrophic for the American economy and the American people if we didn't pay our bills. And I'm confident
World
everyone in the room
collapse.
agreed with the speaker, from the speaker to the majority leader, to the majority leader in the House and the Senate, the majority leader in the Senate, the minority leader in the Senate, as well as the leader, the Democratic leader in the House, that we're going to come together
No volume.
because there's no alternative to do the right thing for the country. We have to move on. And to be clear, this negotiation is about the outlines of what the budget will look like, not about whether or not we're going to, in fact, pay our debts. The leaders have all agreed we will not default. Every leader has said that. And I'm proud of the progress my administration has made. We've reduced the deficit in the first 2 years by $1.7 trillion in the first 2 years. And I proposed a budget that would reduce it
Dollar coming down a bit.
$8 trillion over the next decade. That includes more revenue by asking the wealthy and large corporations to begin to pay their fair share, and cutting subsidies that exist in the law now to big oil and big pharma. Yesterday, we all agreed that both the Speaker McCarthy and I would designate senior members that we would negotiate to give our authority to make agreements in detail on what we wanted. So we narrowed the group. To meet and hammer out our differences. And we've done that. In fact, they met last night, and they're going to be meeting again today. And I'll be in constant contact with my team while I'm at the G7, and I'll be in close touch with Speaker McCarthy and other leaders as well. Now, what I have done, in anticipation that we won't get it all done till I get back, is I've cut my trip short in order to be for the final negotiations and sign the deal with the majority leader. I made clear that, and I'll say it again, America is not a deadbeat nation. We pay our bills. The nation has never defaulted on its debt, and it never will. And we're going to continue these discussions with congressional leaders in the coming days until we reach an agreement, and I'll have more to say about that on Sunday when I have a press conference on this issue. As it stands now, the intention is to go to the G7, be back here on Sunday, hold a press conference, and in the meantime, I've spoken to
The yen is plummeting.
the Australian leader.
Dollar coming down.
I'm going to be seeing him at the G7. He'll be there as well, along with the
Paris Divergence on the 4 hour.
along with the Japanese as well. So the Quad members will be there. We'll get a chance to talk separately at the meeting. but it's unlikely I'm going to be going on to Australia. So thank you very much.
Mr. President, what about work requirements specifically are you still considering? It sounds like it's still on the table and you haven't ruled it out. Which would you be willing to accept?
Oh man, he has a hard time.
I'm not going to accept any work requirements that's going to impact on medical health needs of people. I'm not going to accept any work requirements that go much beyond what is already, I voted years ago for the work requirements that exist. But it's possible there could be a few others, but not anything of any consequence. Thank you.
What message does this send to
we're-
PNG and Australia? I know that it was important to you to focus on Asia. And
Oh, man.
This is having to be put aside. Is this all
Look at him.
for China?
No, because we're still meeting, we still have 4 good allies.
Will you be announcing new sanctions from Russia during the G7?
With President Xi soon, sir?
That's whether it's soon or not, we will be meeting.
Oh man, no way. That's it. Nah, man. What can I say? Man, sorry to disappoint you guys. This is absolutely, wow. Let's continue.
Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it.
I'm sorry to take so long, guys, but everyone knows I like kids better than people.
I like kids better than people.
Everybody knows I like kids better than people.
Look at them.
Now, very important thing I told my daughter and granddaughters, no serious guys till you're 30.
Okay.
Right?
No what?
No serious guys till you're 30.
I'll keep that in mind. At least.
People are waiting for relief. I got them $1.9 trillion relief so far. They're going to be getting checks in the mail that are consequential this week for childcare. A lot has been happened already, number one. Number two, I'm going to fight like heck. Just remind them, I wrote the bill on the environment. Why would I not be for it? Guess what? Employers can't find workers. I said, yeah, pay them more. This is an employees'
What is going on here?
employees bargaining chip now. What's happening? They're going to have to compete and start paying hardworking people a decent wage. Unchain Wall Street. They're going to put you all
Unchained.
back in chains.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I think you know how much it means to me to have you swear me in today, and I thank you. Trust and confidence.
Wow.
I've got a lot of thanks to give out here. First and foremost to my perfect wife, Stephanie, my wonderful son, Will, and my daughter, Ava, already mentioned.
And you guys can sit in the edge or what, if you I don't want you to have to stand all along, but it's up to you. By the way, he gave me permission to touch him. All right? Why don't you sit in the room like this?
Expand your capacity.
He really said that?
But it's up to you. By the way, he gave me permission to touch him. All right? Why don't you sit in the room like
That's
Expand
crazy.
your capacity is through the partnership that we have, the federal and state government, along with local governments. This issue is ongoing each year, as we have discussed. It gets worse. It affects real people.
Thank you, Boris. And I want to thank that fellow down under. Thank you very much, pal. Appreciate it, Mr. Prime Minister.
No matter what their cost, 2, 10, 12, 15,
Oops, stepping on it's black. Anyway.
Oh man, this is boring. Isn't this boring? Charlie, this is boring. Come on.
I call on you to commit to concrete actions to stop the destruction of this.
Yeah, this absolutely. Okay. Yeah, I'm very, very sorry to disappoint you guys. This was absolutely the worst speech I've ever seen. Ever. Like it was, we have literally waited an hour to see this speech of like 5 minutes where he said, yeah, we're going to make sure that it will not happen. Wow.
And I've spoken to, I'm going to be seeing him at the
Okay.
G7.
Anyways. He is indeed quite funny in his own way here. Well, let's finish this video and that's it for today. Dollar still coming down though, a little bit.
And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap.
Last one more time and that's it for
The
today.
sun that turn. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
Yeah, it's actually not funny at all, but it's actually, wow, it's just insane. Okay. Anyways, guys, let's get back to work here right now for gold. If we do see some sort of momentum where we can see some increase in volume, where we can actually start breaking the 90.87 right here, and the dollar also breaking the lows right now, I think that's the most important part here. Is this bearish diversion that we're seeing right now on the 4 hourly actually going to play out? Yes or no here? This New York session for gold has been absolutely, yeah, not what we're looking for in general here. I think much more people expected much more from this government default speech by Joe Biden here. But yeah, what can you expect? Obviously, couple minutes. More information though will follow tomorrow again. So tomorrow we'll be back during the live stream. Hopefully more volume, more accuracy as well for gold, which is still going to be our primary focus in general for the next coming days here. Just to isolate some of these trades out until the market conditions in general are looking better. All right, that's what we're looking for, waiting for right now in general. Isolating some trades, some pairs from our regular trading schematic. Okay, focusing more on gold for now until the market sentiment turns around here, when the volume increases, becomes more stable, market conditions will look better, and so on and so on here. Tomorrow we have some news coming again. We have, I think this is important to mention, we have the initial jobless claims again. And another thing that I would like to do during the London session, we're going to stream a little bit earlier again, is the Bank of England Treasury Committee hearings as well for the British pound. So this is something though that I would like to discuss tomorrow. I think this is going to be interesting in general here. Tomorrow is going to be a long stream again. All right, 6 hours, 7 hour stream, whatever it is. So I'm excited for that tomorrow as well here. We're going to be here regardless if the market is good or is bad or in general. We're going to be here, and you know, we have to understand the market sentiment in order for us to take action and to know what kind of strategy we're trading here. If the market is good like Q1 for value gap 1 minute strategy, easy money, easy money. When it's like this, we have to be patient. We have to isolate some of our pairs and we focus on a couple major pairs like, you know, either the USD or gold and so on. So we're going to be here regardless. And I'm going to try to catch a nice setup for you guys. When it makes sense. When it makes sense here. Okay. Thank you so much. Kimo, thank you for the sub. I still enjoyed the stream. Uncle, yeah, shout out to Uncle Joe. Or Uncle Joe. Absolutely hilarious. Let's see what we have here. Thank you, my man. David, Peter, Jamie, Jonathan. Appreciate you, man. Super active lately. Jonathan Brosma, thank you. Appreciate you, bro. You are a legend. Very, very nice. David as well. Akasha. Also from the beginning. Joshua. Carols, thank you. Primus. Yes, sir. Roden. Thank you, my man. Appreciate you as well. Chuck. George. It's yeah, almost 12 o'clock for me. I'm gonna go to bed soon. It's I live still in Asia right here. It's already late. Okay, I will be back tomorrow in London. Late London until regular New York. 6-7 hour stream tomorrow. All right. Let's hope for the best tomorrow. One more time again. Thank you guys so much. Shout out to Uncle Joe. See you later. Bye bye.